Welcome back to day 2 of the Golf Industry Show, GCSAA TV live stage here, sponsored by Lebanon Turf at the Golf Industry Show 2020 in Orlando, Florida. I'm joined again at the start of our second day, Chris Gray, Golf Marketing Manager for Lebanon Turf. We got one day in the books. We're very excited to see what's going to happen today. Let's start with how it went yesterday.
Yesterday was very well. I mean, a lot of people, Orlando by itself really does a pretty good job in hosting us. Every year, the attendance is always very well. It gives an opportunity for the superintendents to bring down their families. So Orlando overall is always one of the best venues to host this event.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, just walking around yesterday, it was pretty crowded. And some of it is the lanes are tighter and we're tightening it up. And, you know, it's not the trade show that it was 20 years ago.
Right.
But it still feels like there's a lot of business going on. So how is the business going on at the Lebanon booth?
I think it's going very well, actually. I mean, the traffic I felt, and I've talked to a lot of other people, has been extremely well received. This is obviously our first time in this particular venue in the concourse with this current layout. But we felt the traffic was very strong, and having the people in the booth, clearly there's lots of things to do in our booth, so it makes it easier, but being on the aisle right off the main, we feel our location was very well driven to be able to get people into the booth, to be able to hit a lot of what the topics are that we wanted to hit.
Because I know they spend a lot of time thinking about layout, and certainly you know your position in here is going to matter to a certain extent, the level to which you support the whole thing. But again, even walking around the outskirts, I do the best I can to try to not make too much eye, because it would take me forever to get through this place sometimes. So I did notice that even on the outskirts, there's a fair amount of traffic. A lot of people bring their, I am seeing assistants here more.
Yes.
While I might not always be seeing the superintendents coming as much, I'm actually seeing the superintendents who are coming, bringing their assistants. The Turf Bowl students are here.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to see us continue to see that next generation. Those must be interesting conversations in the booth, because they're not necessarily the person making the decision, but you want to make sure they understand your product line.
Well, and you're absolutely correct, Frank, and that's really, it's easy to market to the end user. It's easy to market to the superintendent, but we're always thinking ahead, and we love to have the assistants come in. We love to have the students come in. I mean, we do a college tour where we actually go out to different universities and give some education when it comes to fertilizer and biostimulants. So we're always thinking ahead of the game. And so on an event like this, where they can bring in the assistants, where they can bring in that next generation of what our future users will be, we find that to be a lot of value that goes far beyond just trying to, can we sell a bag of fertilizer?
Well, and again, part and parcel of that is the research that you conduct. Of course, I'm very fond of science-based product sales. I know this has been a cornerstone for you. Does that seem to work really well at the booth in the trade show? You've got science surrounding the place?
It's always good to have independent research. I mean, again, people get caught up on the marketing claims. Well, well, that's just marketing. That doesn't really do anything. But when it comes down to it, working with the universities, working with guys like yourselves that are the real experts on there, that don't have a chip in the game when it comes down to it, you're just there to say, this is what we found that it does in this particular situation.
Correct.
And then we take that information, we say, according to Professor blah, blah, at the universities, this is what we are learning about what the product does.
And so, one of your more famous product lines, the Emerald Isle Turf Performance line, we talked a little bit about yesterday that there were some changes, at least to the way you're selling it, and encouraging loyal customers to remain a part of it. You want to talk a little bit more about what's going on with that Turf Performance line?
Yeah, we can jump into that. I mean, it's always good to be able to do. And again, this is going back to what we've always called for the past 4 years as the turf grass, the true performance turf grass system. And we've been really focusing this down to be more with the Emerald Isle Solutions line. Again, like we talked yesterday, it's been out 30 years, completely industry tested, which is perfect for what you want to do when you're trying to get new users to try with that one.
And there's good solid data to support the use of seaweed-based products.
There always has been.
There always has been.
And that's the point. And then, so what we've got out there, I mean, clearly there's always new competition out there. There's always some other liquid products. In order for a product line and a brand to stand the test of time, you've got to be able to have the performance to back that up. So what we have done is clearly trying to find a way to keep the value up there and make sure that the value-driven aspect of the product line still holds really valuable for the superintendent.
Yeah, I mean, I just think research-wise, when I think of Emerald Isle and, you know, George Seaver in the old days of Emerald Isle, right? And then you guys took it over and really have stewarded the product line seamlessly and improved it in many ways from what it was, as, you know, you brought the Lebanon Turf power behind it.
Sure.
At the end of the day, I've always, you know, I get heat stress on my annual bluegrass. People with bentgrass in the South get heat stress on their bentgrass. If you're on an Emerald Isle program, there's really good data that shows you're going to have more heat stress tolerant turf. I like to see that as a cornerstone. What else can you tell us about turf the true performance?
Sure. But again, what we try to do is doing exactly what you're talking about, which is it's all about stress management. Right. That's really what the Emerald Isle line of the foliars provide for it.
Right.
And that's why we put it in conjunction with the Country Club MD, which also include the humic acid, the seed plant with that as well. Because clearly there's different times of the year are going to work differently. You're going to want to put in granulars spring and fall during the summertime when it's hot.
Right.
Always using the liquids seems to always make a lot more sense with that. So we're working to be able to do that one. And for 2020, we've tried to take the Emerald Isle and trade, again, as we've talked about the new value, the new, what's the PowerPoint that goes in with that one. So in addition to, what we have, if you come over to the booth, we've crafted a calculator tool. Okay. So if you know what you're looking for as far as your total amount of nutrients, your NPK, your micros, how much seed plant extract you want to have, and you can craft a customized program based upon all the Emerald Isle products, as well as we've even included the Country Club MD granulars. So you can craft your entire greens or fairway fertility program right there in the booth, and then take it back and take it to your distributor going, here's what I'm looking for. And then when they take that, the True Performance Program, what we've added onto it is an end user rebate for it.
Okay, so you know, it is always going to be a challenge. Guys are going to print out a program and they're going to take it back and then they're going to price, you know, do this, do that, and say, well, I like this parts of the program, but I got this parts of it, because, you know, not everybody gets the whole pie.
No, absolutely.
But I do think it's worthwhile to say you can do this with our product line, be the baseline of your nutrient management program.
Absolutely.
Get the stress tolerance out of it, and then you add other parts of your program into it. It seems like now you're encouraging them more because there's loyalty points and price as well. So to help them make that decision to fill the shop with your stuff is the benefits. So you want to talk a little bit about those?
Yeah, the benefits clearly, in addition to just getting a rebate back.
Yeah,
I mean, clearly
so you get a rebate.
You get a rebate for your facility, but also, I mean, this is part of a sweepstakes program that we're doing as well.
Right.
And the sweepstakes team, because who doesn't like to get free stuff? So we're giving away a $500 Amazon gift card every month for the next 9 months. And then at the end of it, it's very similar to what we do with the Dog of the Year, which we can talk on here in a minute, is that we're donating $5,000 to whoever we draw for the GCSAA chapter.
Their chapter, right? We talk about there's a lot of things going. Guys are hitting golf balls making money for their chapter.
Yes.
This is a very good thing, and I'm glad that you're supporting that locally. You mentioned it. I didn't necessarily see it, but let's talk about the dogs.
Sure.
Because I want to plug again Mike Tolner's dog at Bellevue in Syracuse, because we want that chapter money into the new golf course superintendents in New York chapter.
You know, I'd be happy to come up to New York and present the plaque.
We are pining and shilling all we can for the Central New York dog to win the contest.
We've actually had, I believe it was 2 or 3 other dog owners stop by the booth yesterday. Which is pretty common. I mean, this is becoming...
With their dogs?
The dogs were not there.
Okay.
But the owners were there, and two of them were there at the same time. Okay. So it's like, uh-oh, we're going to have a little rumble going on.
That's so great.
Here. But they were shaking hands, and they were...
But isn't it cool that this is like a thing?
Yeah.
That the dogs are part of the team, right? In many cases, a part of the team chasing geese.
Yep.
Many times a part of the team for companionship and enjoyment. The golfers view the dog as part of the thing. And I think I said yesterday, I don't know that golf superintendents are always very comfortable being outwardly emotional about things, but they are overly emotional about their dogs. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I would.
There's a lot of pride in getting your dog on a calendar.
I would completely agree with that. In fact, the first article I ever wrote getting published was about my dog chasing geese back when I was an assistant. So I think you're 100% correct with that. The dogs are just one of those things that it's very emotional. I mean, who doesn't love dogs?
That's exactly.
And that's really, I mean, the voting, and you'll find this very interesting, is that I was asking last night when we were closing down the booth, how was the voting going? And we went through almost 800 ballots just yesterday. So we're going to have to look at trying to maybe institute some electronic.
You're going to have to hire people.
We're going to have to do something.
Ballot stuffing? Can you vote more than once?
Well, no, if I tell you that, you're going to be over there for your dog, and we're going to watch it. But we are trying to think about what we need to do for next year, because this has grown to such a point. We had to print more ballots last night in order for today.
This is so great. Now, another part of the dog thing is the Canine for Warriors.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. We actually had them in the booth yesterday.
Great.
So they had the dogs was there. He was always friendly to go through and be able to get pet. And again, today we'll be in partnership with the GCSAA, we'll be donating to the Canine for Warriors program, because we've always been support. Again, talking about all that they've done for us, our country, that type of thing needs to be rewarded.
Well, and the dogs are of service.
Yeah.
The dogs are service dogs. They're able to bring them around because they provide that support that helps them through those difficult times when they're done. So we're about wrapping up. Is there anything else we want to say for the exciting start to day number 2 here?
Just feel free to come by booth 2635.
2635.
2635.
And we'll see the big Lebanon sign
right
up
over
somewhere.
there. Yeah, it's right over there on that side. Like I said, we're happy to see you, be able to talk a little bit further about Emerald Isle, True Performance.
I love the idea of building the program.
Absolutely.
It's just sitting down. Is it an iPad or a computer?
We've got 2 computers set up over there. Good. And we've got our field staff. So they're more than happy to walk you through that.
Are they still spinning the wheel? You still giving away stuff?
Always.
I can come and get the iPad?
You can come get more socks. I'm kind of disappointed
I
you didn't wear any socks today. You know, I
actually think Jim stole them. There's quite a big wrestle for him back there. They're a hot item this year.
Well, I can go find more of those. But like I say, we've got socks, we've got convention kits, we've got everything. The wheel is still spinning. It's like the Pied Piper. They hear the clicking of the wheels from down there, and they come through there. And
thanks again, Chris, for another great year at GCSAA TV. Big thanks to Lebanon Turf. I hope you have a wonderful day. Enjoy the rest of the show. I'm Frank Rossi. We'll be back in a little bit at the Golf Industry Show here in Orlando on the GCSAA Live TV stage, here brought to you by Lebanon Turf. Stick around.
So we're here at Bobby Jones Golf Course here in Atlanta, Georgia. We just recently finished our renovation and opened up this past fall. The course originally opened up in 1932, and it was the first public course in Atlanta, Georgia. The old course was 18 holes. It was very tightly spaced, very dangerous, a lot of blind shots. In 2011, Marty Elgison, who's the president of the Bobby Jones Foundation, got tired of coming out here and being a part of this, dangerous golf course, and he decided we need to do something about this. So he got Bob Cupp involved. Bob went back to the drawing board, kind of rethought it, and after thinking, I think it was like one evening, he just had a vision to him about St. Andrews and the old course, and he thought, that's perfect, this is how we'll do it. The Cup Links is going to be a really great thing for kids. It's 6 holes, all short, 50-yard shots, smaller greens, different undulations, and the whole thing was done with Bob Cupp. What he had in mind was just a kid can go out and drop a ball at any point in the Cup Links and play to whatever hole or green he wants to, and really just trying to learn different shots and different angles and not have to worry about going out and playing 1 through 6 on what you shot, rather than just dropping a ball and having fun and learning the game and just getting kids involved. So that'll be a huge factor, and that'll open up hopefully sometime in the fall when our hitting facility and Georgia State's hitting facility will also open. So as a matter of fact, we are the home golf course for Georgia State as well. They have a putting green, chipping green down there, and then they have a whole side to the driving range to themselves. Right now it's about to break ground, but on the other side there'll be an indoor hitting facility with TrackMan, all the top technology. So they really have a good facility out here to not only recruit, but also to practice and get better for their season. The way that Bobby Jones plays, and is really unique compared to any other golf course, is we have a reversible 9-hole layout. So on a standard day, it only plays one direction. So if you're gonna play 18 holes, right now you're just gonna play the same 9 holes. We have single pins on each green, but eventually we'll be moving to double pins. So your first 9, you can play from one set of tee boxes to, say, the left flag, and then your second 9, you can play from a different set of tees to the right flag, just to change it up. And that'll be coming very soon when we start doing the double pins. From 2011 forward till now, Marty Elgison put together the Bobby Jones Foundation, and over the past 10 years have raised over $25 million for this whole project. And so then in 2017 of December is when construction started out here, and we broke ground on everything, and the whole entire property was completely revamped, and then the golf course was finished and open last fall in October. It was quite the process for us, going through construction and then dealing with weather, and just anything you can imagine that went wrong probably went wrong at some time. The whole property, maintained turf-wise, is 75 acres. Bob really did a good job on sneaking holes in certain areas. One of the challenges we faced being the reversible course was trying to figure out how to inquire rough or fairways, or where tee boxes should go, just because it does reverse. So the solution to that everyone came up with is we'll be all short grass and there'll be no such thing as rough, which not only was the easiest solution to the reversible, but it also plays into the level of golfers, and you don't have to be a great golfer and no one's hitting out of 2.5-inch rough. So every lie is a relatively easy lie other than undulations. All of our short grass out here is tough Bermuda. It's supposed to be the latest and greatest in drought tolerance. And then our greens are Tiff Eagle Bermuda greens, and have been awesome so far and have really held up to the standard that we want to keep them at. Other than that, the carts also are a very big part of this project. Just trying to put technology into the game and grow the game in different ways and get your not standard golfers involved in golf with the Bluetooth speakers and the GPS tracking, and you can order food on them, watch the Falcons games, whatever you typically can't do at a golf course, we were trying to achieve out here to get your non-typical golfer out here onto the golf course. We're the 3rd reversible course in the country, so for people to come out one day and play the azalea routing and then come out the next day and play the magnolia is a pretty cool thing, and it's just different for the game of golf.
Okay, so you got this off? Welcome back to the Golf Industry Show here in Orlando, Florida. I was going to say Orlando, California. It's 2020. I'm on the GCSAA live TV stage brought to you by Lebanon Turf. And my third year in a row talking to my good friend Mike Kelly, talking about the Quail Hollow program. Mike, what an exciting way over the years to support young people with career aspirations in our industry. And what I've always liked is the sort of way you're blending the club management and the overall facility operation, right? Looking at it as a holistic operation that needs that sort of professionalism from all ways. So let's talk a little bit about how Quail Hollow program came about and how you guys have been supporting it.
Sure. So the idea was born out of with the general manager, Tom Delozer at Quail Hollow Club, and John Deere, really. And they got together, decided that they wanted to help create the future leaders in our business. And one of the things that we've all seen in our careers is, you know, we get a lot of people in silos, right? So they know their area and they kind of get stuck there, if you will. And this is really designed to break down those silos where they really get to see the golf operations, the maintenance operations, and the club operations in a one-year program whereby we not only put them in those areas, like last year's fellow Taylor Larson is one of the most famous videos we've got of her. This is a young 20-something-year-old woman, mowing fairways on a John Deere mower at Quail Hollow. I mean, how often do you see that?
Well,
right?
not enough, thank you very much, by the way. And that's why we're having more movements of women coming into the business. It's not enough.
You know, and so we try to put them, quite honestly, we work hard to make them uncomfortable.
Excellent.
There's always a safety net there between the leadership team at Quail Hollow, all the department managers, Keith Wood, who's here today, his superintendent Shane are just they're great. They create these opportunities for these kids to really understand, especially while we're sitting here at GIS, the maintenance side of the program, which, you know, we all know, you know, from all your years of doing this, it's a well-kept secret from a lot of the people that are in the business. And we're trying to undo that secret. Well, that's been really good.
Yeah, and I think what it really fosters is a shared language. We need a shared language between the facility, the people who manage different aspects of the facility, that they can share and talk about. They understand what they're talking about. Now, usually pretty competitive. Before we get to our winners this year, why don't we tell them to talk to me a little bit about the pool of applicants and what those applicants look like. I imagine it's enormously competitive.
It is very competitive, and it's gotten more so every year. I mean, we had people from California, Seattle, one from Alaska this year, so it was really a national search.
Excellent.
We broke it down and invited, after doing a lot of phone interviews, we broke it down into a group of 9 people that came to interview at the site with the Quail staff and the board, and these 2 were the winners, and they were the top of their class.
And again, John Deere being involved, trying to get young people in, the fact that it's getting more competitive, training our future leaders, it looks like as much as we say, well, we're just not getting enough people in this business, there still are a lot of really good young people coming in.
You know, and it's interesting because we're all looking for those young new leaders, right? That have the knowledge and the work ethic to try to really grab our business and go forward. What we're trying to do with this program is take them, let them hit the fast forward button so we can help prepare them with a better base of knowledge for them to grow faster in their career and be our future leaders.
So let's meet them. Christian Arroyo, Frankie Cardell. Christian, we'll start with you. Where are you from, and how did you come to want to even apply for this sort of thing?
Okay, well, I'm originally raised in Jupiter, Florida, so kind of had a hospitality surrounding growing up, and then I went to Florida State, enrolled in their hospitality school, the Dedman School. And through my time there, I did a lot of internships. They're really work-focused there, so they did a really good job. The director of my school really put me in touch. My junior year, I was working on my summers on Martha's Vineyard, and most recently, I spent senior year at the Goodwood Estate overseas in England, working under the director of golf, Stuart Gillette there, and Gary Beavis. And then really got in touch with another gentleman on that estate, Eddie Bullock, who is partners with Mike Kelly here, working for Colt McKenzie McNair, and through him and also a little bit of connections through CMAA, put me in touch with Mike, and he told me a little bit about the Quail Institute, and I sent an application, continued the discussion with Mike Kelly, and continue the interview process. And
I mean, you look young. You've already had quite a bit of experience already. And what's fascinating to me is it sounds like a very similar trajectory that we take in the grounds world. You work in a number of different facilities. You mentor under people who know what they're doing, right? You try to learn at every place you go, not always in golf. And so there's a skill set, right? Club managers then have to have that you feel is transportable no matter where you're doing it. Did you get to see, did you get to enhance your skill set while you were doing each of those experiences?
I think so.
In what ways, I guess?
I think, originally my background was extremely food and beverage based. When I was on the vineyard, when I was working several different tournaments in golf, I was very food and beverage based. And most recently last summer, I wanted to branch out, and that's why I went overseas to have more of a golf focus, learn a little bit about the operation. And then I thought the Quail Institute was pretty perfect coming around where I can get even more exposure to things like the golf industry show, learn a little bit more about that, and be able to, as I progress in my career, be able to talk the talk to each department. Excellent. And be able to be familiar with everything, not just one-sided.
Excellent. Frankie, let's talk a little bit about the grounds thing. Tell us a little bit about yourself and then what the application and interview process was. Where are you from? How did you get here?
So originally from Miami, Florida. Family moved to North Carolina about 20 years ago, so grew up in North Carolina, resident there. So after college, was trying to make it in the coaching world, women's soccer actually, collegiate level, yeah. Great. So kind of doing some part-time jobs, kind of fell into the golf course maintenance side, fell in love with it right away. Probably within the first 3 months, I realized it's what I wanted to do. So got in touch with my director of agronomy at Carmel Country Club. He put me in contact with several programs, went back to school, did the Penn State World Campus program online.
Good for you.
Finished my certificate in a year. Then I was looking for the next step. Obviously, Quail Hollow being right there. Being an athlete, tournament golf, something really exciting for me, something I want to be a part of. So spoke to my director again. He really encouraged me, got me in touch with Keith Wood. And Keith got me in touch with Mike and Bill.
Great.
We had a phone interview probably for like an hour and a half, I think, one day.
Yeah, good.
And after that, honestly, after speaking with them for that time, I realized that this program, Quail Hollow, it's all about family. It's all about bringing it in, everyone making you feel welcome there.
Right. Well, it sounds like if you like coaching, and you obviously must have played some soccer, football in your youth, being part of a team matters a lot, right? Yeah. Being part of a team is fulfilling to you. It validates. I know I like it too. Being part of a team, know you're contributing to something greater. That's nice, being able to do at Quail Hollow. Now, I think part of this program includes you working in other aspects, right? I know he worked in diverse environments regarding outside of golf and things like that, and food and beverage. What about other areas you've got to experience? That's part of this program, right?
Absolutely.
So we stuck this young man in a clubhouse as well, right? And so talk to me a little bit about, because obviously it's, this is the golf maintenance end of it, right? You're coming into it through the golf maintenance, and then they throw you into the club management side of it. What was that like?
Well, we've just started since our first month, but my first experience.
You haven't been doing it very long.
But my first experience, we were here last week for the PGA Merchandise Show.
Okay.
And just being involved in that atmosphere, that whole side of the industry is massive.
You couldn't believe you could fold sweaters so many different ways. I've been giving them a hard time for 2 days now. I'm not going to stop. So anyway, you're going to be in the clubhouse, right? You're going to learn a little bit about the way people perceive the golf course. How do you intend on holding your tongue when people start talking about the things on the golf course that are totally wrong? That's a funny question.
Yeah. I mean, education.
Yeah,
obviously,
good.
I'm not going to be there to educate people, but,
Exactly.
if they ask, I'm more than willing to open up, share practices, why we do things. I think that's important. Not only for the members, but for the other staff members at Quail, so where the golf operations, the clubhouse, everyone understands what's going on the golf course. Why are we doing certain things? Why are we covering greens?
Right, good.
Good,
and you'll be armed with that information. Right. Now, at the same time, I'm going to ask you about your goals and dream job in a minute, but you're also going to be asked to translate things. Are you getting on a grounds crew ever?
Yeah, I think that's in the books later for this year.
Good. So we're going to get you on the grounds crew, right? And you need to explain to all the people on the grounds crew that managing a club is actually enormously difficult, right? Because they think, what do those guys do?
Yeah.
Right? And so they're really good. I mean, I'm very overt about how I talk about the prejudices and biases because we got to break those things down to be able to move your careers forward. So what are your goals personally? Do you want to be managing a golf club, or are you just good with managing any kind of club of individuals?
Well, I do have a passion for golf, specifically tournament golf, which is one of the things that drew me to Quail Hollow. So no matter where I end up, I'd like to be around tournament golf, whether it be managing a club or on the operations of a tournament side. But yeah, I'd like to continue my career at around golf, essentially.
Right. So dream job could be a place of a regular tour stop.
Yes.
Right. You heard it here. Right. We're shilling for your first job. When the job comes up on the tour course, we want to give it to them. What about you? Personal goals? Because you had a career change, right? This sounds like it's been an aspiration of yours from a very long time. Yours was a career change. What are your goals now that you've had to reimagine this in the last few years?
Yeah, I think the biggest goal is to stay in tournament golf. Obviously, becoming a superintendent,
right.
That's definitely a goal, further down the line, director. But just in looking forward, I want to stay in tournament golf. I want to stay at a high level. I don't really think there's necessarily one dream job out there for me right now. It's Quail Hollow. I love being there.
Yeah.
But staying at that level, staying at that pace of work, just every day having that fuel to keep working.
Excellent. Yeah, and I think I think this is going to be a launching pad for you in your career. And let's come back to you, Mike.
Sure.
We've been yakking for 3 years up here, and we've had students come and go, sometimes 3, this time 2.
Yep.
What do you see as the trajectory? Are we realizing what John Deere and the other sponsors wanted to do with this program? Are we realizing it and what these young people are going on to do?
The first class, one of the guys, the agronomy guys at Sage Valley, he's number 2 at Sage Valley now, so really good job at a very young age. We have the club manager fellow is at Myers Park in a food and beverage director role.
Great.
So a really good landing there. Our second group, interestingly enough, 2 of the 3 got swept up by Quail Hollow. They made such an impression that they hired them. So, I mean, you want to talk about a one-year interview, right? I mean, you got to see these people when they were done. The team there wanted to bring them on staff. And our turf guys out at TPC Scottsdale hosting the Waste Management Open right now. So
no kidding.
Yeah, he's number 2 there.
This is so great. So in your opinion right now, your selection process and the way you're identifying these leaders appears to be really good because the people are then going on to do exactly
really
what
job.
they want to do.
Yeah, and really the exposure you help us with here, the GIS, all the major associations, the networking that these guys get to do. I ask managers all the time, hold up your hand if you've been to the PGA show, the GIS show, and the club manager show. People have been in the business 40 years. Haven't been to those 3 shows. These guys in their first month on the job will knock that out.
So it's really important to see how the other sides of the business work. So let's take a minute as we wrap up. Obviously, these young folks are going to be finished. How long is the rest of their program now?
So they started really January 1st, effectively. So they have run a 1-year program. They'll.
So they just got this gig.
They did.
You guys haven't done anything yet.
Yep. They started right out at the shows. Next week we'll be in Dallas.
Great.
For the club managers. And then they'll go to the women's tournament in Augusta. They'll volunteer at the Masters.
Excellent.
Then they'll have the Wells Fargo, obviously at Quail Hollow.
Excellent.
They will then go to the John Deere Classic in Illinois.
That's right. Okay.
And then we'll fill in the second half of the year with a lot of other experiences like, we're talking about going to the TPC. They both like tournament golf. So
Great.
we're going to go down and meet the TPC guys.
So great.
Let them get introduced to them.
So when is the application process as we wrap up? How do we get the next group of people excited about applying?
Thank you for asking that. They can go apply right online. It's quailinstitute.com.
Quailinstitute.com.
And they can apply anytime we begin. We will constantly, through the year, be interviewing people as they apply.
Excellent.
And then we will be looking to bring the next class of fellows in at the beginning of next year.
Excellent. Thank you guys very much. Congratulations to the both of you. Hope I see you out at Martha's Vineyard.
Of course.
Sometime. I'm on the golf course out there a little bit. Mike,
Always.
continued success for this
Appreciate
program.
it.
Thanks very much for the next generation. I'm Frank Rossi. We're here at the Golf Industry Show in Orlando 2020. The GCSAA TV stage live, brought to you live by I'm so excited about this program, I can't get my ending out right. We'll be right back. Stick around. We have a lot more in store today.
honestly, every course I've worked at, we've always had a cat to control mice. We got them about 5-6 months ago. They were living outside just to control the birds and the mice. Since they've moved in, we haven't had any birds or mice in here. We did rescue them, yes. They were already named Buffy and Tiffany. The house we had built for them when they first got here, because we had to confine them in there until they got used to the area, and then used to somebody feeding them every day so that they knew where the food was coming from, and then once they were let out, they came back every day. Oh, I brought their litter box in, have their food bowls and water bowl, and have a couple beds in here, and you know, we try to accommodate them. So they're living like little princesses.
Welcome back to the Golf Industry Show here in Orlando, Florida. I'm Frank Rossi at the GCSAA Live TV stage, brought to you by Lebanon Turf, joined by my old pal Delphine Singh, President and CEO of Landseer. What do I want to say? Wildlife promoter extraordinaire, right? Has found so many unique ways to promote the wildness on the wilderness and wildness on a golf course. Making it accessible to a lot of people, and I know really hit in their stride as the First Green program has become more prominent as well. Saw you over there the other day with the coloring books, and we're here today to talk about this last oasis, and in particular the launch of your hardcover book, The Wilderness Between the Greens. You interviewed some superintendents about wildlife on their property, so let's talk a little bit about this book. I mean, I know you've been at the coloring book things, even from your days with a previous organization, now on your own. You have this coloring book for a while. Now it's a hardcover. Talk about what that meant for you to take it from the one to the other.
Yeah, so I think when we first started the coloring book, we work with the PGA Tour a lot, and then we go to the tournament sites, and the paperback coloring books is for the kids to bring home. And more people start coming to us and ask, can we buy these somewhere? Can we buy this? And we realized they want these as a keepsake as well. So the hardcover book is also a coloring book, but it's a hardcover coloring book because we really want to capture that, that moment in the kids' lives that they went to the golf course, they really, really loved coloring, and they're learning all the wildlife. So that's a keepsake.
So it's it's a coloring book around the golf course, right? I know from looking at previous iterations that you blend the game, you blend the area that they're on into the book.
Yes.
So what was the inspiration now obviously the inspiration to make it a hardcover was people wanted to make it a keepsake, but it's more than just a golf book.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So the format for our hardcover books is a little bit different. So we have a very high resolution, beautiful light-free picture of the animals, and on the next page is the coloring page, but we also have fun facts about these animals, and we have zoologists on staff so I will write these books and sketch these sketches, and we have illustrator that will make my ugly pencil napkin sketch into beautiful coloring book.
That's correct, right? Physiologically or phenotypically correct.
Factually correct, yes.
Factually correct. So that's what the animal's going to look like.
Yes.
And it's very funny. My older daughter loves coloring books. As an adult, a lot because of the intricacies of doing the coloring. And this is really good for young people too that might have some attention issues, right? Being able to color is a way of therapeutically working with that also.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I have a couple of superintendents who tell me they will go to visit their parents in the nursing home and they have coloring book there too. And we really, really want to bring this book. So after GIS, we are going to focus and we're bringing these books to be sold on Amazon. I think that it's very important to have the non-golfers read about these books because we want to reach out to use these stories, these soft stories, the cuddly animals, the beautiful pictures, and we lure people in to let them know golf courses really are the last oasis in the urban environment.
Thank you for bringing up the urban environment. You're exactly right about that. And part of this book was you asking superintendents about their wildlife. So what was that like? Because, I know you've been doing seminars and really getting what looks like a very popular response to helping superintendents tell their stories of wildlife on the golf course. So what was interviewing these people like?
Just fun. One word, fun, and also inspiring and humbling. They will drop the important things that they're doing and give me the time of their day to talk to me. And a lot of these, so I went to interview Mr. Ken Nice, the director of agronomy at Benton Dunes. Yeah, and he said, Delphine, I gotta tell you, we see all kinds of animals, but I always get so happy when I see a porcupine. So, instead of these grandeur, bald eagle, he just likes the little porcupine, strolling down the fairway, and he just gets really happy about it.
So since you brought up the animals, we'll get back to some of the superintendents. Have you learned any? I didn't know we had porcupines on golf courses. So have you learned anything about the wildlife that maybe was unique to you that's like, wow, I didn't know we would have that here?
Yeah, actually when I was, so this hardcover book, I feature a so the animals, and we'll say what kind of golf course or where these animals call them home. And with the bobcat, I didn't know which course to pick. So I put it on Twitter and I said, hey, who has bobcat on their courses? And almost everyone was, telling me that we see bobcat from Aldera in Washington to string zones in Florida. Bobcats are everywhere. And it's because of these golf courses, bobcats and other wildlife alike have the retreat. So they don't have to invade the residential area. They don't have to scavenge, in the dumpster in the cities. They get actually to have a home on golf courses.
So when you talk to the superintendents about this wildlife, Ken Neese is a good example. He sees the porcupine. Do you find more and more of them are intentionally trying to do things to encourage that wildlife on that property? Can you talk a little bit about so I don't want to say it's data, but it's not like Ken just noticed it. Is that he notices that maybe there's places this animal likes to live. Will this book help them a little bit?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I really, really want to give a shout out to all the superintendents because they really do care about what live there. And Bethpage State Park has a park ecologist. I understand not a lot of golf courses have that kind of luxury to have a park ecologist. But almost every superintendent walking around here, you ask them what kind of animals live on your course. They know, like the back of their hands, and they will always be the first one to say, what can I do? So when the eastern bluebird population are dwindling, golf course superintendent jump in and say, let's build bird boxes, and they brought back the population. So right now, we have a problem of little brown bats. They are endangered because of the white nose disease. And superintendents, again, jump on board and said, let's build bat boxes on our golf courses to help preserve this population.
And we're also seeing golf courses be good places to move raptors to.
Yes.
Is there some wildlife that really like and think golf courses are an ideal habitat? Because you did talk about, a porcupine or the bobcat doesn't want to be among the houses, right? They're trying to be on a golf course. Are there some wildlife that we consistently see on golf courses because that's really a good place and superintendents should be thinking about managing some things for them?
Oh, yeah, and like you said, raptors, they love golf courses because it's a prairie. They have perches on the trees, and actually Frankie,
Frankie Cardell,
Yeah, just now he was telling me, I don't know if you knew, but last year we, released a bald eagle on Quail Hollow. Again, I don't know if I can say this, but
yes.
Yeah, this is so great, and golf courses are doing so many wonderful things.
Because I know working with the person you're related to by marriage at Bethpage, that we there's turtles are very popular where you have aquatic things, and there's things that you can do to encourage turtles. I love turtles. The turtles seem like they're going to be all over golf courses. Do we find lots of different turtles on golf courses?
Yes, of course. And do you know the state reptile of New York State?
First, I didn't know the state of New York had a reptile that we were the most proud of, but I'm got to believe you're setting me up for a turtle.
It's a snapping turtle.
Excellent.
And the state reptile of Maryland is a diamondback.
Turtle.
And yes. So these turtles are, they are not the fastest animals in the world. And so golf courses really, really provide a really safe haven for them. And a lot of turtles like to dig in the sand, of course. But I think all the members, if you just talk to the members, they are so understanding. They understand, the turtles are building nests there. Okay, so we'll avoid this area. Superintendents will put up little flag, put them a little notice in the clubhouse and just say, we have turtle nesting here, and it just connects people, and
that's right.
It's like your communal pet.
Right, and I know this is your hope too, that using the wildlife to bring people together, but what I've always been a fan of is how accessible having a coloring book with really nice pictures designed to reach a part of our population that golf really needs to come on board. I mean, encouraging people to see a golf course broader than just playing golf, because not all the kids are necessarily going to be comfortable with it, connecting it with a STEM program, connecting it with a first green program. I got to believe you're the most proud of the fact that young people are flocking to this particular approach, yes?
Oh, absolutely. I love seeing, and I think the proudest moment in my life as a parent is my son telling me that, Mom, I think you're going to be a really good teacher. So I think I love talking to kids. I love telling them, and I love seeing them, like the spark that goes on in their eyes, and they're like, oh, I didn't know that, and now I do. And it's just so cool.
So you've been doing it for a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And you're going to tour events once in a while.
Yeah.
And so have you started to see it resonate at all? Are there people now, you had these coloring books out, gosh, 4 years? How long did you do?
Oh, a long time. I did a quick calculation. I think the last 2 years, I talked to more than 20,000 spectators personally. And I think that's why my voice sounds like this.
And how many books are
now.
flying out?
More than 10,000.
So
yeah,
you've
we
got
have
them
more
out
than 11
everywhere.
editions. Yeah. Yeah, we go to different tournaments, events, and the tour gives us a booth, and we talk to spectators and their families about animals and wildlife that live here. And I think you were talking about resonating, and the kids are always excited to learn. And the parents, their face is always, they are happy, surprised, and they're also relieved to learn that the sport that they love is not killing Earth after all.
Okay, right, because yes, of killing the Earth. That's the story that they're told a little bit, and I gotta believe that to a certain extent, getting those young people educated is also making the superintendents feel good. So what kind of feedback are you getting? Because I know you work a little bit with Bear Trace, Paul Carter.
Oh,
you
yeah,
make
I love Mr.
personalized,
Carter.
we'll shill a little bit for the coloring book. You can do it by course basis, as well as the hardcover. So what kind of story are you hearing from the superintendents who are working with you directly with these coloring books?
I cannot say enough good things about Mr. Carter. I don't know where you are, but he knows I love him.
Yeah, we love him.
Then, so he has so many things. He does, I don't know how much time do we have, but I have.
Time. I'll tell you when it's time.
Okay, I got it. So they have quails, the northern bobwhite quail. Again, the population are dwindling. He and the mechanic are building up incubator for them, and they are rehabbing them on the course. And he's hosting, so he bought these coloring books from us, and also he purchased them for the state park. And so he's hosting Special Olympics on his course as well. And he doesn't talk enough.
It seems like it makes the superintendents who do it feel good.
Not just you guys are so humble. You gotta start bragging about yourself. I cannot I don't have enough time to brag about each and every one of you. You do so many great things. Every time I think about all the great things you do,
So as we are wrapping up in the next couple of minutes, I want to let you give some information more about the book. But I want you to talk a little bit about the kinds of things you're telling superintendents on how they can tell their stories better. I know this is your thing.
Yes, really connect with you have the animals, who live on your golf course. And we talk about salamander, we talk about frogs. So we use amphibian to talk about your healthy water quality. To do that, and we always talk about water leaving the golf courses. 99% of the time it's cleaner than the water going in. So that's a talking point. Talk about the honey you harvest. So many golf courses have pollinator program, and they have beehives, and they harvest their own honey. And Bethpage's honey just won the best tasting honey on Long Island.
No way!
Yes, it's so good.
Man.
That's the reason I married him.
Must
so I
be all
can
that
have
civitas.
Yeah, that can have those honey. And so when you are attacked about pollinator health, talk about your honey, the delicious honey you harvest, and all these. Talk about community outreach. Talk about your charity events. All these great things. Again, I don't have enough
So let's
voice.
save your voice one more time to shill for the book. So what's the title is The Wilderness Between the Greens. What does it mean to everyone? How can we get it? How can we learn more about it?
Well, it was supposed to be here for sale, but it got stopped in the port of China because of the virus outbreak. I'm not sure if they know how viruses work, but they are just scanning all the cargo.
Excellent.
So it's not here, but you can definitely get them on Amazon. I want them to be sold on Amazon, so civilians, like people who don't play golf, can buy these and say, oh, actually, I didn't. So that's why I said the wilderness between the greens. And it's because, yes, everybody wants to get on the greens, and everybody two putts it, that's most, right? But between the greens, there are so many lives and wilderness and all the nature that's happening there.
And I can tell we could spend 20 more minutes talking about this with you. Thank you very much,
Thank you
Delphine,
so
Landseer
much, Frank.
Company. I'm Frank Rossi on the Golf Industry Show on the GCSAA TV live stage, brought to you by Lebanon Turf here at the Golf Industry Show 2020. Stick around, we'll be right back. Steve Rabideau will be here soon talking about Wingfoot. You won't want to miss that one.
The geology and the topography that we do have on this property is extreme. Marquette Golf Club sits here in Marquette, Michigan, and the geology of this area is very unique, especially to the state of Michigan. A lot of people that do live in Michigan have no idea that this kind of geology exists in the state. We're the southern tip of the Canadian Shield, which engulfs a large portion of Canada, comes underneath Lake Superior, and then comes into this northern portion of the UP. The fact that we're just the southern tip of it, you get a few miles down the road and it flattens right out, and it's non-existent. We have large granite rock formations here, a lot of basalt rock. It's very weathered. When the glaciers retreated, okay, they ground out this area. So then they created all these valleys that we have that you see. And the nice thing is what it also did for us, it deposited sand in all these valleys. So we have these large rock walls and then all in between sand or sandy loam soil, which is fantastic for golf. When we were in the process of building this golf course, it was a lot of site visits and a lot of walks, okay, is what the architect ended up having to do. Taking that topo map, understanding the topo map, and then walking the property and really getting intimate with it and finding out, where golf holes would fit and how they would fit. Because the routing on this property was not easy at all. And it took a lot of time, a lot of personal time on site to make that work. There's 3 locations, landing areas off the tee that we did have to do a little bit of blasting. And if you look at this whole property, you think there's no way, you had to do more than that, but no, actually only 3 locations. Hole 5, 6, and 7. Every spring, after snow melt, there's rocks that are out in the fairways that do roll off and from locations, but during the year, we've never had any issues. Maintenance-wise, it's a lot of handwork to work around it, to keep them clean. We do some spot spraying on them to keep the sapling growth down and the weed encroachment down, just to kind of keep the integrity of that look together. I mean, that's the namesake of it, Greywalls, and that's because of the rock features that we do have on this golf course.
Welcome back to day 2 of the Golf Industry Show here in Orlando, Florida. It's the year 2020, if I can actually believe I'm saying that out loud. I'm on the GCSAA TV live stage brought to you by Lebanon Turf. And I'm joined by my usual suspect, Michael Lee, and a special guest who we'll introduce in a second. Michael Lee is the staff member leader of the Grassroots program. All of you work for HAVA, which I love. And Bob Highland, who works out of New Jersey and lobbying efforts and things like that. But we're here today to talk about the Grassroots Ambassador Program, a program that you know I've been outspoken unabashedly in support of. And one simple reason is I think it makes you a better superintendent, as well as making you savvy on how to advocate for the issues that the industry wants those advocates for. So let's take a little bit, give me some background to the program and how recruitment is going. They'll turn your mic on.
Yeah, it didn't sound like it was on, but it does now,
it is.
so great. Well, thanks, Frank. You know, it's something that you and I certainly have in common is a love for this program.
Yes.
And I appreciate all the support.
You're paid to love it.
I appreciate, well, it's a little bit true. But it is the right program. It's the right thing to be doing in government affairs and advocacy. And I appreciate all the support, promotion of the program that you've done over the years for us.
So what are you doing?
So we started the program in 2014. And the goal was to pair each member of Congress, there's 535 of them, with a GCSAA member living or working in their congressional district. You know, members of Congress, they're discussing policy every day that sometimes has an impact on the way that golf courses are managed, whether it's water issues, fertilizer, pesticide, labor issues, a whole host of things.
So there's an awareness that we want to keep of the things that are going on. But then the other part is the relationship, right, that you're charged to develop.
That's right.
With that particular avenue. So let's talk a little bit about what that role is for a second, what an ambassador does.
Sure. Well, as you mentioned, it's all about that relationship. You know, we had Speaker John Boehner here this week training our ambassadors at Ambassador Academy that we host every year at the Golf Industry Show. And I don't know how many times he mentioned the word relationship. It's on both sides. The members of Congress want the relationship with constituents in the district. We want the relationship with them so that we can better educate them on golf course management. So we really encourage ambassadors to build that relationship through having 2 in-person meetings per year.
Okay, there you go.
With the member of Congress or their staff.
Perfect.
And this is not as difficult as it might seem because all of them have district staff that live and work not far from many of our golf courses and our members of GCSAA.
Excellent. So let's start right there. How are we doing? We got 100 senators, 400 and some odd.
35, yeah.
435 House of Representatives. You need 500, and how are we doing?
We're doing good. So 535 total. Currently, we have, as of this week, thanks to the Golf Industry Show, we've bumped up over 400 ambassadors.
Excellent.
So we're doing well. We want to try to complete all those spots by the end of 2020.
We at least got the senators covered?
We do. We have most of the senators covered. I think we have about 90% coverage there.
Okay. All right.
And so the House spots, yeah, they're a little bit more difficult to fill because some of those districts get kind of small.
Yeah, weird.
Well, and as you and I have talked about
along
in New
a
York,
road.
Well, in New York, we got 5 or 6 House districts on Manhattan alone. There's not a lot of golf courses on Manhattan Island.
No, but they play golf up in Westchester in Connecticut and the other North Jersey. So you've been at it. How old is the program?
We're in our 6th year now.
Okay, so the 6th year, and now you're recognizing people who have been at it a while with a leadership award. You're giving it out 4 times a year. The Grassroots ambassadors can apply for it.
That's right.
Why don't you talk a little bit about the qualities of this leadership award?
Well, we really wanted to highlight some of the better experiences that our ambassadors were having to really kind of promote the program, but also show that this is doable, right? You can connect with members of Congress. You can make a difference on these issues. And so thanks to the Toro Company's sponsorship of the award, we give it out 4 times a year, 1 each quarter, and the winners of the award get to go to National Golf Day, all expenses paid.
Right.
So it's a phenomenal award.
You get to cut grass on the National Mall.
Well, that's exactly right, for the Community Service Project.
We'll pay you to go cut grass on the National Mall.
It's a heck of a project, but Ryan Swilley's been one of our award winners. He won last year in 2019.
All right, so let's not wait a minute anymore. That's enough from you. Yeah. Ryan Swilley, I learned backstage, a lifelong Floridian. Congratulations on winning this award last year.
Thank you.
I want to talk to you a little bit about my first comment. For example, how did you decide to make this decision to get involved at the grassroots level?
Sure, I was blessed to have a great director, regional director, Ralph Dane. Was at a local chapter meeting And that's the first time I heard about the program, and I was searching for ways to serve and get involved. And this was kind of new and fresh, and certainly had a lot of training in my formative years, I guess, as far as with the FFA and other things I was involved in. It kind of made me excited about the opportunity to maybe continue to hone my skills.
Boy, that is a nugget of wisdom right there. I have really felt, and I think there's an initiative that the leadership that comes out of being in the FFA is a big, big part of what's going to train. We're going to find our next leaders in this business.
That's right.
In the FFA. And the quicker we can start reaching into those areas, the better. Now, I keep shooting my mouth off about the ambassador program making you a better superintendent. Don't make a liar out of me, right? Because now I'm on the spot.
Yeah.
What can you say? Let's talk a little bit about the training you go through and then how it may have served you in being a superintendent.
Sure. So my favorite part about the program is certainly how well organized. So I started out with Ambassador Academy here at the show, I believe in 2017. And I can't stress enough all of the tools that they give, and certainly some exciting speakers that come in, and along with the partnering with Soapbox Consulting and all of these things that are done. So you really don't need to be an expert on government affairs. You just need to listen. They give you all the tools that you need, and really just about creating
So you went through some training. How long does it take? Is it a burden? Because this, of course, I'm sure, I don't have that time. Let's hear it. How hard is it?
So I think we had 2 sessions at the show that year. Actually, I think it was only 1 session that year. So it was 3 hours. We sat through there, heard a great speaker, and sort of certainly get a nice welcome packet from the Grassroots Ambassador Program.
And a lot of interaction with your peers and people to build those skills, right?
Yeah, and it was an interactive day, so they made us get up, move around the room, have great conversations with one another, and
because learning how to advocate.
Right.
That seems like you got to do that a little bit as a golf course superintendent every once in a while. Boy, I could really use to fix the bunkers on 3.
That's right.
So I better be able to advocate for why this is a good idea. Is this exactly right?
That's exactly right. You know, every day as a golf course superintendent, I've said I have to spend half of my time doing what I'm doing. I have to spend the other half of my time communicating what I've done.
Exactly right.
So this program has helped me hone my communication skills and certainly given me more confidence to interact with my members.
All right, so what about what they trained you to do? How has it been going? What's your engagement been like? Who are you assigned to? And let's talk a little bit about what that relationship building that former Senator Boehner talked about. Talk a little bit about what your engagement's been like with the program so far.
Sure. So when I started out the program, I was assigned to Brian Mast. Built a great relationship with him and his office, and met in person quite a few times. And then
he's a congressman. He's a representative from your district.
That's correct.
Excellent.
And then due to some restructuring in the area, they changed some district lines. I was assigned over to Lois Frankel's office, and I've made a great relationship contact with Felicia Goldstein, who is her chief of staff over there. And Felicia reaches out from time to time. She's reached out to me for water quality issue concerns. And then moving forward, I was excited. We had some new ambassadors coming in about the opportunity, and one of my other colleagues, Kevin Sunderman, was assigned at one point to Senator
the most handsome golf course.
Yes, that's it.
Apparently.
Yeah, I can't compete with him. So, so Senator Rubio's office has been my latest assignment, and I've had lots of success in making a contact with the executive director, Greg Langowski. And so he's been very responsive, which is exciting, and actually had him out to my facility for a course tour, which was really just a wonderful day. And I've shared this with some of my colleagues, but it was so exciting to ride him around my property and show him all of the wonderful things that we're doing. And really at the finish of that meeting, even thinking to myself, reflecting on, wow, we really are doing a lot here. So
we don't think about it. We're so busy doing it, right? We're so busy doing it that we don't take a lot of time. I'm this way too. I'm not interested in filling out academic forms that tell my deans and advisors how productive I am.
Right.
You know, I think we really like what we do and not so much telling the story, but articulating the complicated things we do to people who don't do it for a living has got to be a skill in and of itself. And at the same time, I'm listening to you talk, and first off, this is your 3rd or 4th gig, right? So let's talk about the value of relationships. Mike and I, we were all talking offhand. John Boehner said it's relationships.
Right.
How Do you find it a burden to get these relationships going? Again, I'm thinking superintendents say, yeah, I don't have the time for this, right? Or, you know, I want to serve in other ways. But how is it to develop these relationships? Did you call them, set up a time, they come out, you go around? Is it that simple?
That's right. It really is that simple. You get on the phone first. I've sent an email typically trying to introduce myself, and then I follow that up with a phone call. And it's amazing just how responsive these staff members are to really just wanting to hear about the issues. And really you learn that, you know, most of the reasoning for that is because they simply don't have the time to be an expert on these issues.
No, but I hate to say it. So we're in Florida, you're a Floridian. Golf's big business in Florida.
That's right.
It may not be big business booming everywhere, and it may be even going through contractions in even places where it's good. But golf is a big part of the economy down here, right? So this has got to give you a little bit of confidence when you're having conversations. Hey, you should hear from us on this issue.
Right.
Do you feel comfortable advocating for the positions that we develop internally and sort of work with you to talk to these people about?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, like I've mentioned, you know, we're so well versed on the material because it's sent to us, and certainly, you know, I think one of the most rewarding parts of the program for me is just, you know, I always look back, and probably a reason for service in general, but you get so many things from this game. It's created a way of life for my family that I could have never dreamed of.
So great.
Really to have the opportunity to go out and preach the message of just exactly what it is that we do, but certainly issues affecting our industry, and my goal is for it to persist, and not only persist, but we can't afford to sit around and think that it's going to persist if we don't do something about it, because
I don't think anybody that thinks it's going to persist without our involvement is really sort of sticking their head in the sand. Now, I thank you right now for congratulate you for the award, and thanks for representing us so effectively well through a number of people. So big kudos to you. Now let's take a minute. We got a few minutes left. I want you to do two things before we get out of here. One is tell me what are the issues that people are working on that you're, you know, the government relations people led by Hava, and a big shout out to my boy Peter Gorman from Connecticut, just won the Government Advocacy Award. You two guys, if we could have those people representing our industry, we'd be in pretty good stead, brother.
Yeah.
So what are the issues these guys are working on?
Sure. So we've seen some good progress on a lot of the priority issues that we advocate on at GCSAA. We have a great priority issues agenda that's put together by our Government Affairs Committee at the association. And so, you know, recently with, we'll take water, for example. Waters of the United States was a big regulation, could have had a, you know, severely devastating impact on the industry had the old rule that was proposed in 2015 taken full effect. Well, the new administration came in 2016. One of the first actions they took was to repeal that old rule, but they wanted to put in place a better one to better clarify which waters were under federal jurisdiction and which were under state jurisdiction. So the new rule just came out last week.
We helped them with that?
We did. We were very much involved.
We had input on that?
Great input on that.
Isn't this the goal?
This is absolutely the goal.
It's to make sure that we're informing the people so they can make informed decisions about regulation we think is smart. We're on the land. We have respect for it because we make our livelihood on it. We have no interest in damaging these waters.
That's right. And let me tell you, I mean, what members of Congress want to hear is from our members. So Bob and Hav
in their district.
In their district. So Bob and Hav and I can go in and we lay the groundwork and they say, okay, great, yeah, good to hear from you guys, thanks.
Yeah.
But what they want is a personal story.
That's exactly right.
They want to hear from a constituent who's dealing with this. That's why we have the ambassador program, so guys like Ryan can get with Senator Rubio and say, in fact, here's what happens on the ground at my property.
Excellent. So, how do we fill those 100 slots that you got to fill yet throughout the representatives? Let's go through the whys and wherefores about how the people watching or listening here can get more involved.
Sure. So all the sign up for the ambassador program is online. I've been talking to members about it nonstop this week. We're over at the member services area at the trade show. We'd be more than happy to chat with anyone. Plenty of flyers and things like this to hand out to spread the word on it. Now, again,
is that the swag I get for this? This is what I get?
I'll give you this journal too. We're also giving these journals out.
This is so great. So they can do the training at conference?
Yes, they can.
Do you come out and do it in the region sometime?
We are doing it in the regions now too.
I would say chapter, you know, I know a few chapter representatives, regional directors, Kevin Doyle, right, in particular, always talking leadership, chapter development. money going out to the chapters here. I'd love to see you guys work through those chapters, because that's how people connect to the national, through the chapters. We don't get everybody to come to this thing, right?
No,
So,
you're right.
so working through the chapters keeps people connected to the mothership when, you know, they don't always, you know, there's always some tension about, well, what am I getting, right?
Sure.
This is a big part of what you get that, number one, helps the entire industry, but also helps them as professionals, right?
Yes,
Lots to brag about.
We do. We brag a lot, you know, and I think government affairs does bring great value to the association. But as you said, you know, we do the training here, but we also know that not all ambassadors make it to the show. So we've started doing regional trainings across the country as well. So we've done one in the Northeast a couple of years ago. We did one in Northern California last year. So we're certainly looking to do more trainings across the country.
I've absolutely enjoyed my time interacting with you guys over the years. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
What great work you're doing, Ryan. Keep up the great work. I really couldn't thank you more on behalf of the entire industry. I'm Frank Rossi. We're on the GCSAA Live TV stage. That's it for this segment. We're at the Golf Industry Show here in Orlando. We'll be back in a minute. Stick around.
Josh Heptig. I'm the golf superintendent for County Parks. The backstory is I was a runner in high school and in college. Once my running career kind of stopped, I kind of took a break and really focused on golf, where I played some mini tour golf and did some of that in Indiana when I was an assistant superintendent. When I would get done with work, I would just grab whatever club that I was struggling with, take that one club, and I would go run the golf course. So I would go run 18 holes and do it in about 45 to 50 minutes, and I'd just play with one club. So that's kind of where my introduction to speed golf became. I didn't really know speed golf was a thing when I was doing that. That was just a way for me to kind of practice and get better. So just recently, we held a speed golf event here at Dairy Creek in March this past year. So I got involved in it. I started watching some videos with Speed Golf USA, and just started playing, 9 holes after work out here, just to get my health and fitness in, and just tried to combine my golf game and my running together so I could do both things, same things at the same time. Kind of leading up to our speed golf event here, we do a radio show every so often with one of our local radio stations, a couple DJs that we've got a good relationship with.
It's Jeff and Jeremy in the morning on 93.3 KZOZ.
And I went in for an interview to talk about the speed golf, the changes that were going on at the property, and all kinds of different stuff on the radio show. And one of the DJs pulled up one of the speed golf videos online. It was a gentleman, Steve Jeffs, out of London, England, that had just recently set the world record for the fastest golf hole. And he said, "Hey, you think you could beat this?" And I was like, "I don't know, let's go check it out." So they brought their camera equipment, everything out here to Dairy Creek later that day, and I went dressed just like this with my golf shoes on, and we broke the record. So the original record was 1 minute and 54 seconds, I believe, and we did it in 1 minute 47 seconds. So that was fun. They had their full camera crew out here. You can watch it on YouTube. I mean, it was fun. You can go check it out online, but it was a blast. It was a hoot. So unfortunately, I submitted it to Guinness Book of World Records. It's about a 12-week process if you don't pay an exorbitant amount of money to get it expedited. So within that 12-week period of time, another speed golfer who actually competed in our speed golf event here in March broke the record down at a golf course down in Los Angeles. I think he's got it set at 1 minute 35 seconds or 1 minute 37 seconds is what the new record is. So I had it unofficially for a little while. I didn't quite make it into Guinness records, but it'll be fun to try it again. Three really good attempts, just couldn't quite put it together, but Brad Kearns, when we get the renovations done, these guys will be back. Look out, buddy. Coming for you.
welcome back to GCSAA TV Live from the trade show floor here on the Golf Industry Show in 2020. GCSAA TV Live is brought to you in partnership with Lebanon Turf. My name is Chris Gray and I'll be your host for this segment, where I'm joined on stage by Steve Rabideau, who is the Director of Golf Courses at famed Wingfoot Golf Club in Mamaroneck, New York, the site of this year's 120th United States Open Championship. Steve, thanks for taking some time today to kind of off the trade show floor to talk to me a little bit and have a conversation about what you're doing in preparation for the upcoming championship, which is, I believe, is in mid-June. Is that right?
Yeah, June 15th it starts.
June 15th. And this is actually the 6th time that Wingfoot will be hosting. Is that correct as well?
Yep, sixth U.S. Open Championship.
Wow, that puts you in some pretty elite company up there. Clearly, that there's a whole lot that goes into being able to do that. But before we jump into the golf course itself, doing some research, I was really fascinated with kind of your career path and what you did. How long have you been at Wingfoot, and can you talk to me about what your path was to wind up there at such a unique property?
Yeah, I'm in my 9th year at Wingfoot. I got thrust into a superintendent's role at an early age. When I was an assistant down at the Seawain Club, my boss came down with leukemia, and I got thrown into being an interim superintendent 6 months out of college.
Oh, wow.
I had no idea what I was doing. I would work and go home and study, and that he became healthy, came back, and he helped me get a superintendent's job at 25 years old, and superintendent at a club for 5 years. I worked, got a chance to get another superintendent's job where I was at for almost 10 years. I was at the Wheatley Hills Golf Club. Basically a men's golf club, you know. It wasn't, but it was golf only, and they hosted a lot. We hosted a lot of events, and it really primed me up to move to a Wingfoot. Same type of grass, Poana, active membership, a lot of low handicap golfers. So it was a smooth, easy move from there to Wingfoot, which I've been there for 9 years.
Oh, wow, that's impressive. So we got Wingfoot. Wingfoot's clearly, I mean, it's a legend of American golf. I mean, it dates back years. And I mean, it's kind of the equivalent of what the Holy Ground is, the Holy Grail of a lot of golf courses. Can you tell me a little bit about Wingfoot from your pretty unique perspective of being there for 9 years? What do you see it that what we wouldn't see? Kind of tell me a little bit of it.
You know, passion, you know? I mean, everybody, all the members are very passionate about golf. It's just a special place. You know, every day I drive in the gates at Wingfoot, it's a special feeling, you know, and I punch the code to get in. It's just one of those places in golf that's had so many championships, so many great players have played there. Yeah. And the people that have walked those grounds, it's just really special. And it's a great membership. Their membership, they're demanding. But it's Wingfoot, their passion for the game of golf and what they want and the conditions they want. It's a great place.
Well, that's fantastic. I also read that you every day you take up to like 3 hours to walk the golf course, and clearly you've got 2 courses there to walk. Well, what are you looking for during that time? How do you spend that time? What do you take away during that time when you're trying to look at everything?
Yeah, I do. I try to walk the golf course every morning. It's probably one of the most important things I think I can do because later in the day it's so busy. I'll let the guys get out in the morning for a few minutes, and then I grab my phone and my 2 radios, and I park my golf cart and I start walking, and I try to get on as many greens as I can. I usually probably walk on 34, 35 greens every day, and wow. I don't walk in order. But I'm looking for see how guys are doing things, firmness of greens. I'm definitely looking at clipping yield in all the baskets, on whether it's a green, a tee, an approach, fairway. So I really feel that that's one of the most important things I do every day, because with all the work and projects we've been doing and stuff, I don't don't get back on the greens much later in the day. So it's the most important time of the morning to catch something, whether it's a disease or a dry spot or a wet spot. It's probably one of the most important things I feel I do.
Sure. So clearly Wingfoot's not any stranger to hosting events. I mean, with you and your staff, how many events do you typically do, or how many have you done during your career at your time at Wingfoot?
So at Wingfoot, we've hosted the second annual U.S. Four-Ball Championship, which was the only other large national scale event. But we host the Anderson. It's a local event. It's not a local event. It's a yearly event that hosts some of the best amateur golfers in the country. That's held there every year. It's been held there 90 something years. And that gets some of the best amateurs throughout. If you're an amateur that plays in the amateur circuit, you want to be invited to the Anderson. So that's what we've hosted there. A lot of local. I mean, we've hosted the Met Open, the Westchester Open, all the local stuff. But on the national stage, this will be my first major.
Now, you talked about the passion that Wingfoot has, and so I'm assuming that really translates into a lot of demanding daily course conditions for your membership. I mean, in addition to what you have to do for the tournaments in order to get them prepared, how do you and your staff kind of switch gears between whether it's just a normal day that you're doing for your membership and what has to be done as you're starting to ramp up for like some major tournaments or tournaments like the Andersons, which you were just speaking about?
Yeah, our cutting heights, our normal everyday mowing heights on greens, tees, and fairways are what we're going to be for the Open. You know, for the U.S. Open, it's really about the rough, trying to get the rough where the USGA wants it. When we get an Anderson, which is it's a 5-day event, it's a little extra rolling. And moisture management if we need to get it going. But the members there, they want firm and fast every day is what we strive for, and they give us the tools and the manpower to do that. So that's what we try for.
What size of staff do you need in order to maintain 2 championship level courses like that on a daily basis at that type of demanding conditions on a daily basis?
We were a staff of 57 last year. We're going to ramp up a little bit this next year for probably 60, 61 next year for the Open.
So out of curiosity, I know that when I was reading, I actually do some research before I want to talk to you guys. You guys went through a major renovation not too long ago. I mean, we're going back to when Tillinghast did this and what club opened in like 1923. And so when the West Course went through the major renovation, I mean, I know that you talked with Gil yesterday and had conversations. What were kind of the goals of that project? Can you walk me through what were the major changes you were trying to incorporate? And were those things done knowing that you're going to be having like the U.S. Open this year and looking into the future? Kind of what were you working for with that renovation? Were you trying to correct something or just kind of overall improvements?
I guess there's 2 goals. One was we were trying to get the greens back to their original size and scale. Okay. Over time they had shrunken. And a lot of it was changing the infrastructure. Our goal was to get the greens as big as we could back off, looking at all the old photos we had. We had really good archive of photos. So we could look back at what the greens were in the 23 and 28, but change the infrastructure. So we were putting the same grass back on the greens, changing the infrastructure, USGA greens, sub-air, and so all the non-sexy stuff, all the drainage and stuff, but it really changing the infrastructure, but having it look just like it was our goal.
What were the major challenges that you went through? Did you run into any hiccups during the project, or did it go smooth? How did that? Well, first, how long did it take to accomplish everything you wanted to get done?
When we started, it took us 5 years to finish the construction. And one fall we did the practice facility. We did the East Course 9 and 9 over 2 falls, so the fall of 13, fall of 14. We then hosted the 4-ball championship, and then we started in the fall of 16 do 9 more holes, and then the fall of 17, opening up in May of 18. So we would do 9 holes at a time, and the biggest challenge was the weather and length of day, because we didn't start work till October, and we would try to, we had to finish 9 holes. So our goal every fall was to get 9 greens complexes finished by Thanksgiving and get the grass back on it by Thanksgiving. So it was tight. You know, there was many late nights working underneath the lights, and it was cold, and not a lot of daylight. So weather was our biggest factor.
Mother Nature's still in charge, so it certainly works for that.
Yep.
So, you know, today's players are stronger than ever. The equipment's better than ever. During the renovation, was there anything that was done specifically to knowing that you're going to be hosting, like with the U.S. Open? Did we add extra tees? I know that I've talked to other guys that are hosting major championships, and they always talk about how sometimes they're trying to lengthen it a little bit more, because clearly the players are way different than what they were back when these courses were originally designed. Did you guys have anything you had to deal with like that?
Yeah, we lengthened a few holes, 10th hole, 17. Where we could gain some length, we did. A few of the bunkers were pushed further down, just to be in some modern landing areas. They hit it so far, so it was a true restoration. It wasn't Gil's thumbprint on a golf course. Everything was restorative in nature, but we did a few tweaks for the length for what these guys are going to hit it.
So what do you think the most challenging aspect is you have to deal with, knowing that, okay, you've got, we're 5 months away now, basically, from having the tournament. Other than the course conditioning and trying to play chess with all the people, making sure they're doing, what's the most challenging aspect for you and your team for these next 5 months up until the practice rounds and actually the tournament starts?
You know, one of them, I think, was trying to get through the winter unscathed with any, ice damage or anything like that, and so far, so good on that. Managing the setup, there's a lot of activity going around, and our golf courses are tight, our east and west, and our east golf course is where we set up a lot of this stuff. Yeah. So I'm keeping damage down to a minimum, and not making a mistake. That's one of the things that where we want to be. We just need the rough to grow up, and if we get through the winter and we can, keep our mistakes down, I think we'll be in good shape for June when they roll into town.
So how many volunteers are you going to have help out with the course setup for the tournament itself? I know that usually, I'm sure you have no lack of people wanting to come there to help out with that. What are the numbers looking like as far as how many people you're going to bring in to help you get the conditions where you need to be?
I think we're going to probably be 100-ish volunteers with our staff of, 60, but there'll be probably 40, 45 of that will be working, and 100, maybe a few more. We'll still be trying to do some stuff to the East Course that week, still trying to maintain some of it and mow it so it doesn't, forget about it for that week. So, 100, 160 total people somewhere there.
So from your perspective, what are you looking forward to most with the tournament coming up? I mean, obviously you're doing all the prep work beforehand, but once everybody starts teeing off, you kind of get a chance to breathe a little bit. What are you looking forward to as the tournament itself actually begins?
I think a successful tournament will be having the members be happy, they sacrifice, and hopefully they're happy with the result at the end of it. Trying to enjoy it with some of my guys that we've worked so hard with for. Yeah. Some of my guys have been with me 8 years. Most of my team has been with me 4 or 5 years. So all along we've known we were working towards this. So hopefully we can get a few minutes during that week to enjoy it and reap some benefits of all the hard work,
Absolutely. I'm afraid that's about all the time we have for this segment. I want to thank you, Steve, for taking some time to talk to us. It's always fascinating to get a behind-the-scenes look. Until then, I'd like to say thank you again for tuning into this episode of GCSA TV Live, brought to you in partnership with Lebanon Turf. Join us for the next segment. We'll be talking with Superintendent and General Manager John Cunningham on getting uncomfortable. Thanks, and we hope to see you next time here on GCSA TV Live.
Welcome to the Country Club of Pittsfield in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. The Country Club is an 18-hole private membership-owned club. It was originally designed by Donald Ross in 1915, and it was substantially renovated by Wayne Stiles in 1932. I've had the great fortune of being the superintendent at the Country Club of Pittsfield for the past 22 years. I'm originally a native of Pittsfield and had the great fortune to come back to your hometown. I'm a graduate of the Stockbridge School of Agriculture at the University of Massachusetts, and that's what really got me started in this business, and it's just been a terrific career. It's predominantly creeping bent grass, annual bluegrass, and our greens, tees, and fairways, and our roughs are dominant of bluegrasses, ryegrasses, and fescues. We mow our greens every day except for Monday. And Mondays give us an opportunity to do a cultural program that's needed, either top dressing or vertical grooming, or in the shoulder seasons, aerification. And our fairways we cut 3 to 4 times a week depending on growth. I've been using the Emerald Isle products for about 10 years, and we've just had great success. You know, the turf color looks good, the turf growth and root growth is vigorous. It just works for us. The NPK, the manganese and Magman product, and the CPR product, we use those all in conjunction with each other, and just keeps our greens nice and healthy all summer long. It's really just about your personal experience with the product. Do you get results out of it? Are you comfortable using it? What is it doing for your golf course? And the Emerald Isle product just always shines for us here. In a normal season, we're doing somewhere between 15 and 16,000 rounds of golf annually. The biggest challenges that we're facing in this region is labor. We maintain the 150-acre property with a crew of 14. We have 5 year-round crew members, and the rest are seasonal at different intervals in their summer, including 5 college students. Summer help, especially college students, it's extremely competitive in this area. And to that end, we have a gracious membership that started a college scholarship program, and that is proven to be very beneficial in helping me recruit the young students that I want. Our water supply is drawn from Moorwood Lake, which is behind me. The club was blessed to have their own 65-acre lake on the property. The best part of the job for me is just the challenge of doing it day in and day out. There's just nothing more beautiful than getting onto a golf course at 5 o'clock in the morning in the summertime. What I hope the future holds at this club is a vibrant and active membership, and a golf course that's as good a condition as it is today.
Today we have 90 kids coming out for the first green program from Spring Garden Elementary School. We're going to teach them all about STEM education and how golf course superintendents use STEM every day for their job.
What we're going to do, we're going to break up into 5 stations. We're going to teach you about the 411 of golf, teach you about water conservation, how we conserve water on golf courses, and how we keep the grass alive.
Spring Garden has actually come here for the past 3 years with their 5th graders.
These are all the tools that we're going to go over today. Does anybody recognize this, have any idea what this is?
We're going to rotate through 5 stations and show kids the math and technical sides of running a golf course that probably no one is aware of.
We got several different sample areas set up, different square footage, and we teach them how golf course superintendents need to be spot on with math calculations to figure out how much seed, fertilizer, proper amount of nutrients, etc. that we need to use on the golf course.
Is that your yards or is that your feet?
Sure about that?
Math doesn't sound right.
So they are using the First Green worksheet, allfirstgreen.org. So we've been kind of using those worksheets to tailor our program and what fits with the school's curriculum.
If you see the plugs of grass up here, they're different colors, and some of them are brown, and some of them are green. Does anybody know why that might be?
First Green started back in 1997 out in Washington State. They had several First Green field trips at the GIS. That's how I got started in the program. And a year and a half ago, GCSAA took over the First Green program. It's kind of getting it go nationwide.
So there's a lot of sand in there, isn't there?
Yeah. They put all the stations together, so it's such an easy trip for us. We just bring our kids and they take over.
Why are you marking the balls up?
Because so we don't get mixed up with others, and I think ours are pretty special.
You're going to find your 2 golf balls that you marked, okay? You have a pencil in there. You're going to record the number of feet from the trundle wheel. When we get back, we'll convert that to yards.
It's invaluable because here it's a real world opportunity for them to see what it's really like to be out in the workforce and maintain a golf course, and they can hear that knowledge from the professionals themselves.
We've been struggling to find summer help for golf courses. Granted, these are 5th graders coming out, but if we can get them out here in 5th grade, maybe a 10th grade program, start handing kids business cards, get them interested in turf. Maybe we can spark their interest in enrolling in like University of Maryland for a turf grass management program.
So what we used to do is we used to just push it down into the ground and we get a soil profile, okay? Now you can see Ryan's doing a pretty good job of growing some healthy turf grass around here. What do you think that thing is hanging at the very bottom? That's the roots.
Kids learn more from getting feeling and doing things than they will a week in a classroom.
This piece of technology allows me to know for sure whether or not that's dry under there or not.
Anything hands-on in real life is so much more valuable and a takeaway. And when you talk to kids and ask them a year later, about something they did, being there, in person just adds a tremendous value to it.
16, okay,
Wow.
that's low.
Our lowest is 14.
This is a great day. I look forward to it. The kids I know are looking forward to it. And really, it's just taking the classroom outside and bringing some unique individuals that have expertise to share with them. So it is fun, but they're going to learn more than they're ever going to realize.
We're not doing this from a standpoint of just getting help, but we also need to get kids involved in the game of golf. So if we can spark their interest, even just to come take up the game of golf, get interested in golf, it's a win-win.
Welcome back to the Golf Industry Show here in sunny Orlando, cloudy Orlando, Florida 2020 right now, which is making the trade show a very busy place. I will say, for those of you that can't be here, I'm on the GCSAA TV live stage brought to you by Lebanon Turf with the penultimate interview of the GCSAA stage before they start to close this up. And I'm so pleased to be joined by Leanne Cooper, Senior Director of Chapter Services for the GCSAA, longtime employee of the GCSAA, now working on this very exciting initiative, basically, as I can tell, integrating the golf course into the community with the education that we can provide that's so important right now. So let's go through the whys and wherefores, because, you know, this came on quick.
Yeah.
Started as an idea just a couple of years ago in the Pacific Northwest, and Gullickson's got his hands all over this thing, right?
Yeah.
And so it gets going, you see real value, it starts to bring everybody together to talk about the value of the environment and how we can engage with it on golf courses, which is critical because we have urban areas, right? We're in urban areas. So now I'm going to shut up and you're going to tell me about the First Green program and how exciting it is.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. This is so exciting to talk about First Green. It started 20 years ago in the Northwest, like you mentioned, and GCSAA took it under its wing in August of 2018. And our task is to take it nationwide. It highlights STEM learning and environmental stewardship that are STEM. Yes.
Let's
STEM. Science, technology, engineering, and math. These skills are critical for the youth of today.
Sometimes
our workforce.
STEAM.
STEAM, and you can add arts into that.
Science, technology, engineering, arts
and math.
And math.
So you might see it both ways. And we take basically some learning labs that we have on our website that have been created, and it's basically STEM on the golf course through the filter of the golf course as the backdrop, taking these kids outside, getting them hands-on experiential learning.
Okay. So now I'm already scared. I'm a golf course superintendent. I'm already scared. Wait a minute. People coming to the golf course. What is this about? First off, let's talk a little bit about sort of how it evolved. Let's talk a little bit about how it evolved, because that's going to get everybody comfortable for what really makes it work.
Right. It really started, like I said, 20 years ago in Northwest, just as a casual conversation between Jeff Gullickson and a local high school golf coach. And that high school golf coach wanted his players to understand a little bit more about what goes on the courses that they play. And the superintendent, Jeff, was really more interested in getting summer labor. So it seemed like a perfect scenario for him. And it just really sort of evolved from there as a way to introduce some of these cultural practices, things that golf course superintendents do, to the youth and to the community at large. Not just for the people who maybe play at the golf course, but everyone's, public school kids and that sort of thing.
So now that we've made the superintendents comfortable that there are avenues of doing this, how does one then embark upon getting involved or engaging at some level, or preparing to think about how you would do it? Right. Even imagining before you volunteer, what are the ins and outs of what happens?
Basically, we have all sorts of resources on our website. We have a getting started guide. You can start by giving GCSAA staff, your regional representatives, your field staff a call. They've all been to these field trips. One of the best things to kind of really sort of picture it in your mind is if you're able to go to the seminar here at GIS on Monday. We take a field trip and we'll actually show you and walk you through with school children what this looks like. We also have, we had a demo yesterday and they're getting ready to do another demonstration today in our First Green booth, which is 5217.
Perfect.
So they can show you, we're going to demo the soils lab, and then they'll talk about some other things that you can do. All the lesson plans are online at thefirstgreen.org, and we've made it as simple as possible. We give you a step-by-step way to do these sorts of things. And honestly, these lesson plans and what you're doing, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to teach this sort of thing to the kids.
In fact, it could be a hindrance.
Yes, exactly, because they're kids, right? The sweet spot, honestly, is 5th, 6th, and 7th grade. And so it's just bringing them out, showing them what you do, talking about soils. It's soil, not dirt. Why, what's the difference there? Talking about water quality and water conservation. showing them if you have wildlife of interest on your golf course, really honing in on that environmental aspect.
Yeah, introducing them to the natural world.
Yes.
As a way, as an arena to study STEAM activities, STEM
Yes.
and STEAM activities. Okay, so it looks like I could see a lot of possibilities where superintendents would be thinking about this, but I'm still thinking, do I got to teach this thing? Does my crew got to teach this thing? Maybe I could get members involved in this thing. How have you seen them ultimately? You know, I see pictures on Twitter and you see there's different stations. I know you got different stations at the booth.
Yeah.
So how do you stage this thing at a golf course?
Basically, I would suggest, and you can do it how it's very flexible.
These are the field trips,
yeah,
right? These are what you call the field trips, right? The field
This is the field trips. The kids come to the golf course.
Yeah.
Say you have 40 kids, maybe 50. You split them into smaller groups because that's better for everyone if they're in smaller groups. They all start at a different station. I suggest doing 4 stations. So 3 that are like science or math, maybe cool tools on the green where you're showing them some of the technology that you have. And then 1 fun station that's golf. Because we're not going to bring them out to the golf course and not give them a chance to putt or something. And so you have them in smaller groups. So yes, you need some volunteers to help. Depending on the size of your facility, maybe you have enough staff to help. But we really encourage you to reach out to your colleagues, your fellow superintendents, your chapter members, to come out, because it's a way for them to interact with the kids as well and tell this great message about the community, that the golf course is a community asset to everyone. And we get some really great media attention for these sorts of things.
Yes,
too.
that's a big plus. It makes the community understand what's going on. I think we're raising a generation of young people who are looking for transparency. They sort of want to know what's going on and what are they doing over there. And just to, candidly, we've been a relatively private industry.
Right.
We have private clubs and we have not been very open in many ways. I think out of fear. Maybe we know, well, you know, I could do this better. Could do that. We're a lot of critical of ourselves. Can you talk me through how you make superintendents comfortable with doing this?
You know, it's a lot of conversation. I will say some superintendents are superstars. They're just natural with the kids.
They're ready to go, right?
But it's talking them through. Once you actually see the learning labs, you're going to see that you can do this. It's knowing that your field staff can be there to help you. You can call me. I've been going to these field trips as well. I'm there to assist. And at the end of the day, it is just really letting the kids see, Frank, you said it perfectly, we've been too private sometimes.
We've been too private.
I mean, usually when we have these field trips, a third to a half of these children have never been on a golf course. So it's just an introduction to them to being at this golf course. And who doesn't love a field trip? They're there to have a good time, right? And so don't overthink this. I mean, anything you say to them, most of them have no background with any of this. It's going to be enlightening to them, you know.
So have you seen any cases where okay, here's been my experience, and I'm sure the early adopters of this, and I know, again, Jeff Gullick's and the network and partnerships you make, but is this also a chance to engage like a resource advisory committee? You know, Audubon has a research advisory committee. You know, that people in the community that you would have come and do some of the education. Has that happened? Because that seems like we have a lot of superintendents who know a lot of people. They're like, hey, why don't I get the wildflower people here? Why don't I got bees? Why don't I get the bee people here? I can talk about it, but I can facilitate it better, maybe.
Thank you for reminding me of that. Yes, absolutely. Okay. They do that all the time.
They pay me a lot to do this.
Yeah. Well, you're good at it.
After many years, I'm halfway good at it.
We have cases where the local superintendent will have their parks department come out, like maybe they're part of the parks department. They'll have and show the birds and the fish or other things that are native to the area. You can have your local Audubon out. If you have a bird watching club that might want to come out and help point out to the kids the different birds in the area. You don't have to be the expert in everything. It's truly a community outreach, and people are more than happy to come out and talk about this sort of thing.
And it doesn't even have to be very environmental.
No.
Take them into a bunker, dig a hole, show them what happens, take them onto a green. Do not dig a hole on the green. You could do that, off to the side maybe. But I think it also doesn't have to be that complicated because my experience, as you said, and I get kids at Cornell studying plant sciences from Brooklyn and the Bronx. They don't spend a lot of time, haven't spent a lot of time in the natural world. Things that we take for granted are unique to them. Oh, wow, look at this, a sand. look at this. This is sand like the sand on the beach.
Right.
It seems to me that this isn't so hard if you just think how little they actually know about it.
I think that's a great point. I mean, because I think, and for us as a culture, sometimes we hear STEM, and we do think that you need to be a NASA scientist or a Sheldon Cooper if you watch The Big Bang Theory.
Yeah,
you know? And so, but what we're trying to reinforce with these youngsters is a curiosity about the world and a willingness to dig in and not be intimidated by science or math or engineering. And so being able to show them that there are STEM experts that work in the outside, like golf course superintendents do, and assistants.
And then they think about the golf course.
Yes.
Hey, I remember going to that golf course. I took a STEM class there.
Right.
Right. Not, oh, they're killing everything there, right?
No.
So
right.
I think
it
that
makes
this
it approachable.
And working with young people, right? When they're barraged with the variety of narratives around the golf course, variety of narratives of, wait, what are they actually doing and what is it? The privacy, sort of exploiting the privacy. Again, it doesn't have to be complicated. Superintendents really are very capable of doing it. I got to think the Audubon guys are, the guys that are already, the folks that are already certified in there is perfect. But so, what are the resources you have available? Because everybody here and everybody listening wants to know more how to get involved. So let's start out with what kinds of tools. You mentioned lesson plans. You've got the regional guys helping us out, the regional folks helping us out. What else?
So we have the lesson plans on the website at thefirstgreen.org, okay? Everything is online and it's open, and I really encourage you to send this to teachers or schools that you might be interested in sharing it with so that they can see the lesson plans. I have a getting started guide where I have all the lesson plans. I have checklists for you of how to get started, how to get, all sorts of things. And even, we haven't even gotten into how to make that introduction to the school. Okay. But we have information there. You have your regional field staff who have all been trained in First Green, have attended First Green field trips. Many of them can even teach the labs. So just reach out to them. And then you have me back at headquarters as well. And then we have a First Green demo that is starting right about now at 1 o'clock. Yes, so that you could actually go see it in person at our booth.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the first step sounds like it's contact the regional folks.
Yep.
And you say, I want to be involved.
Yes.
What's the first thing that the regional person is going to ask that superintendent?
They'll just say, go to the website and get registered. And this is how I kind of keep track of folks, and then I will start sending you and initiate the process.
I want to know how far I can put my toes in the water before I jump all the way in. If I register, am I obligated to do it?
No, not at all.
Okay.
And I will ask you that. Are you ready to jump in, or are you just sort of wanting more information? And then based on your reply, I'll send you some different
I'm a
things.
professional educator, and when I hear the word lesson plan, I get nervous.
Yeah.
So talk to us just for a minute as we wrap up about what is in the lesson plan.
It literally is just, okay, you're going to do soils lab. What is soil? Sand, silt, clay. It gives you a step-by-step guide of what to talk to the kids about, what kind of questions to ask the kids. It has worksheets for the kids to do, and then it also includes what kind of materials you'll need to do this lab. So it's just a step-by-step guide, literally scripted out for you on how to do this.
2 minutes. What does the future hold?
Oh my gosh, we're going nationwide, and we are looking to have at least 60 field trips in 2020, and I'm looking to introduce this in new states every day, and it's just going to keep going from there. And then a little bit further in the future, we're looking at different touches with this. So we're doing 5th, 6th, 7th grade now. We're going to roll out high school and do 10th grade, looking at some AP environmental studies there to do that in high school as well. And just a whole entire youth program with First Green.
And it's so, I have to say, watching the GCSAA sort of transition over the years to really supporting the chapters in a much more engaging way, right? Yes. I mean, I remember the days with no affiliation and this and that and whatever.
You are getting old.
I'm getting old. I remember when it was the Wild West out there. So I'm really pleased to see you continue to support the chapter with a variety of different services, right? I'm pleased to see the chapters making money on a variety of different initiatives around here because, we're doing this for people that can't make it. A lot of people connect to the organization through, you know, their GCS national organization, through their chapter, don't come.
Right.
They can still be part of this, so hopefully they'll
Yes.
reach out to you.
Yes, absolutely.
So great to see you again, Leanne. This is such a cool initiative. I can't wait. If they'll have me back next year, maybe we'll chat again on new initiatives. Thanks very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Frank Rossi on the Golf Industry Show floor here in Orlando, Florida, on the GCSAA TV live stage brought to you by Lebanon Turf. We'll be right back for the last episode.
As we all know, water is a very important part of maintaining a golf course, and depending on where you are in the country, it's at very high demand. You know, you pay a lot of money for it, or there's not a lot of quantity for it. And so I had the opportunity to partner up with Capillary Concrete. They came to us with an idea of building a hydroponic capillary concrete tee box. It would potentially save water, save money, and create great playing surface as well. So I jumped on the opportunity to see if we could find a potential solution for the future of saving water, saving money for superintendents throughout the world. We're at the 11th hole at Hawks Landing Golf Club. It's a prototype tee that's completely irrigated from hydroponic technology. The tee box and the surface of the tee box is 100% watered from underneath. What we've done is we dug a chamber, kind of similar to digging a pool, rectangular shape or whatever shape you'd want your tee box to be. We put in a liner, a rubber liner, and then we put 2 inches of capillary concrete on top of that. And then we have about 10 inches of sand from that capillary concrete to the surface. Depending on what kind of sand you use, it would vary in the depth based on the wicking capacity of that sand. So for us, it was 8 to 10 inches is how much the moisture gets wicked up. And then we sodded on top. The way the system works is the tee is divided into 2 chambers. So one chamber fills up with water from underneath. As it fills up with water, it pushes the gas out the surface, hydrates the soil, the roots. Then as the water leaves the chamber, it moves to the other chamber. It sucks oxygen in from the surface. The tee box is completely powered by solar panel, no electricity. One solar panel would be able to do all the tees on one hole. That's enough power to function everything it needs to do to keep the soil hydrated. They're seeing about 6,000% increase in oxygenation of the soil by doing it this way. In our first 6 months of testing, we've seen a 65% reduction in water. And we've been going through a pretty severe drought here in Central Florida the last handful of months, so we estimate it could be as much as 85% savings in normal conditions.
Welcome back to the Golf Industry Show on the trade show floor here in Orlando, Florida. It's the year 2020. I'm on the GCSAA TV live stage brought to you by Lebanon Turf. I've had just a joy of conversations throughout the day, and this is only going to add to it. We're really talking about a particular kind of subsurface irrigation that sounds like it's got very unique technology associated with it. I'm with Jan Gould, the owner of the company. Dave Conklin?
Yes.
Dave is a developer involved in the company as well. So we're going to wander through the genesis of this idea. The genesis, I don't mean to kick you. I get so excited about it.
I know, me too.
The genesis of the idea and sort of how, this looks like it's technology that we want to make sure we explain to people thoroughly, because I believe it has widespread use throughout our industry as we get more pressured for water. So, Jan, how did this come about? That you're here today for responsive drip irrigation at a golf show?
The company itself has been around for about 10 years. We've been in research and development during that time frame. I have a large family, got a lot of grandkids, and to me, the future of the planet and green and water is important. I want to be a good protector or guardian for the planet. So we started in the industry. The technology was developed by a professor of chemistry in Canada. So it is based on organic chemistry, and it interacts naturally with the plants. So the plants are the ones controlling the delivery of water and fertilizer to their root systems.
And the plants are, as I've learned already, becoming intimately associated with where the water comes out. That's part of how the technology works. It's not subsurface in the sense like many people think that you're relying on capillary movement. You're really relying on roots taking it over as well.
Roots exudates. They give off chemicals. That's how they break the surface tension of water from the soil. So that's how they send out the signals and extract what they need from the media around them. Our tube is treated with chemical polymers that interact with the root exudates, and that's what causes the water to flow. So rather than with a typical subsurface system where you are evaluating the percolation and the ET rates, and so you want to get so much flow to the roots. With this system, it interacts directly with what the plants are requiring.
So you've been in business 10 years. How many years you been coming to the show?
Well, we were in research and development for 10 years.
10 years, so you're just coming to the marketplace.
Yes, we only released it about a year ago, and we started in lawn and landscape in the western United States.
Excellent. So that's what I was going to ask. What has been your experience in the research and development? You're obviously trying it in the field, right? So you were trying it in the landscape. Have you tried it in some turf areas as well?
Yes, we've been in turf, sports fields. We're doing two soccer fields in Utah.
You got a picture?
Ooh, no, it's going in this spring.
Excellent.
So it's going in this spring. We are in some parks. We're out in California and Orange County Fairgrounds.
So talk to me a little bit about the selling of this, because as you said, it attracted you because it felt like a green business, a business that could really contribute to maybe preserving this resource of water a little bit more closely than we've been. What have you found to be? I lost my train of thought. What are you telling people they're going to save? What is the sell point for this? That if you put this in, you're going to save how much water? What is your R&D telling you about this? I'm sorry, I plotted through that. Go.
Typically, what we see is that we're delivering water in a different way. Most water is delivered, it's forced onto the plant via rain, via spray, via sprinkler, via competing subsurface systems. But what we've developed is a responsive way to change the delivery. The water and the fertilizer can still go inside the tube. Then they go through the walls of the tube and they adhere to the outside of the tube. And this is where that special chemical reaction comes in, which is organically based. The roots release this signal, or exudate. Nice. The exudate is the only thing that can break the bond between the water and the fertilizer from the delivery system and free the water up to go toward the roots. Perfect. By doing that, we're going to conserve a minimum of 50% water in a golf application, and we could do, that's compared to other subsurface drip. When we compare it to sprinkler irrigation and overhead, it's up to 90% water savings. The reason that's possible is because like a sniper rifle, we're targeting that area around the roots, the rhizosphere.
Right.
We're delivering water there and no place else. We're delivering fertilizer there and no place else.
So it's interesting to hear you say that, because you did say water and fertilizer. Now, that would be even more unique in our business if we were actually moving fertilizer through there for the roots. And so let me ask you a little bit, because some of the objections that I hear about subsurface irrigation in general is, oh, I got to aerify and I'm afraid I'm going to poke a hole in it. I'm sure you've heard this before. So you want to say, what do you say to a superintendent? How deep is it? Is it going to be a problem for the other things I'm doing on my landscape? Go.
Typically, we can plant at about 6 inches subsurface. We can go deeper. We work in vineyards, orchards, trees, so we can go down 24 inches without a problem, and the tube will stay expanded, and you can develop root growth in the areas that you want. So if you want turf with deeper roots, we can respond to that. But for golf course applications, it's going to be a shallower install. We're going to probably be at that 6 to 12 inch depth, primarily at the 6 inch depth. However, there are other systems that can be used by golf courses. Is it?
You're talking about direct jet.
What is it?
It's the product over there that's in there for the new product showcase.
The new product showcase has a product that will work with us. And I'm sorry, we're new to this golf industry, so we appreciate your understanding.
Yeah, this is great. Yeah. So.
But there's different ways to aerate. You can aerate through our system, so you can deliver air through this tubing.
Okay, but you don't want to poke a hole in it.
No, you don't want to poke a hole.
Okay, so now again, let me take you through some objections, because we're starting to research some of this subsurface thing. And so the next thing I hear is, well, it breaks and I don't know how to maintain it. So what am I looking at in maintenance of a system after I install it? Let's say I put it on a tee, right? I was telling you earlier, we're doing some work at the Vineyard Golf Club where they can't use herbicides. And their native areas are beautiful sandy soils, and if they don't get hit with water, it's usually dry enough, nothing grows, so that's the best way to keep the weeds at bay. So we're trying to limit the fugitive water off the location with subsurface irrigation. It's a spectacular idea. But when we started talking about it, not with the Vineyard Club folks, because they're progressive, but I saw that it breaks. How do you, it's too hard to maintain. How do you maintain this system?
If I may, our system, unlike other systems which might come on for a 45-minute or an hour-long irrigation event, our system is going to be charged 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in the climates that support that.
Okay.
Number two, we're not going to operate at some higher pressure requiring water to be spread 50 yards in a direction.
Okay.
We run at 2 psi, which means the tube that you see, which is filled with billions of micropores, is going to be soft to the touch. So it's going to give to anything that comes near it, small critters, especially if you've got grass, soil that likes to compress. So what we're going to do is, instead of delivering 100% of the water that's being delivered now in 1 hour, we're going to deliver about 50% of that water over 24 hours at variable rates throughout the day and night.
Have you seen this successfully used with soil moisture sensors? Can you use these systems with soil moisture sensors?
Absolutely, and in the trials that we did in California, we've also been in the ag sector, and we're now in distribution internationally.
Excellent.
Primarily internationally, we are in the agricultural market or segments. But in California, when it was used, we had agronomists that were out there doing soil moisture monitoring and sensoring, so at different depths between 6, 12, 18, 24-inch depths. So we know where our water's going and how the plants are using it. But we would work with soil moisture sensors on golf courses, and it just depends on their position, location with our tube. But
So let's talk a little bit about the material itself, because as an academic, I'm very interested that you found technology developed at a university by a chemistry professor.
Correct.
And now have marketed. I mean, you have sort of made it a marketable product, and now you're launching it and delivering. It's a 10-year process to develop this thing. You said it basically is what a package comes in when it comes in. It's a similar consistency to that packaging material. So let's talk a little bit about the patent and what the material is itself.
The materials themselves are essentially plastics. They're going to be polyethylenes, polypropylenes, polyesters. And we choose different packaging, as you see in that picture right there, based upon the application. If it's going to go into the ground for 8 years, which it's warranted for, then we want to use a thicker, more durable one. If we're going to use it in agriculture, we want to use a material that isn't as durable because they might tear it out after a planting season.
That's right.
So what we do is we combine that with the hydrophilic polymer treatment.
Right.
And that is going to give it the characteristics that we're claiming and that we can deliver now. We don't just market this, we manufacture this.
Okay, so it's all the way. You make it and you market it and sell it.
Sell it, yeah.
And so, are you comfortable talking about a lifespan?
Yes.
The expected useful life?
The material itself that we use, the polyethylene and polypropylenes, have a 25-year warranty. But the professor who initially invented this was in Manitoba, Canada. He put it under his lawn and in his landscape. And he has since passed away, but it is still there, and it's over 14 years now.
Now, it also has the polymer lining, which is a unique part of the technology as well, right?
Yes, it can be infused in it. We have patent coverage for infusions or lining or in the manufacturing process. But the polymer does not dissipate. It's not water soluble. It does not go through the membrane. It does not go into the soil, and it's not taken up by the plants.
And you list it as an organic material.
Well, it works on organic chemistry.
Oh, but is it is the gel inside? Is that a silica gel? It's a polymer.
It's a polymer, and it's a liquid polymer.
It's a liquid polymer.
And it's actually infused in the fibers of the polyethylene.
So fascinating. So it's literally porous plastic.
Yes.
But the pores are so small they create their own tension.
Correct.
And then that tension is what's interacting with the plant root and the exudates to move material through.
Right. And
absolutely fascinating.
And we change the characteristics of those billions of micropores through the application, the precise application of the hydrophilic polymer treatment.
So listen, we didn't get through. It's so great that it has all these applications. So if we can get through a lot of these things, but I really want you to tell them, anybody listening, as it's a video or on the show floor, they're still open. How do they learn more about being a trial for this, right? Obviously, you're going to have to walk before you run. I don't imagine anybody's going to outfit an 18-hole golf course with this thing without, much as you'd love that to happen right away, trialing like the soccer field, right? How can they begin to start that process?
Well, we are in distribution now. We do have some distributors primarily in the Western United States, but in areas where water scarcity is a huge concern. So you're talking the Middle East, Africa, Australia. When we went to these countries, we were invited to the presentation to do a presentation in Abu Dhabi at the Global Forum for Innovation in Agriculture. Based upon that, we're now in distribution. So they're installing the product around the world, and we're working with a developer out of Egypt. We're also now in distribution in Saudi, but we're working on new projects, a master plan community and an 18-hole golf course. So
all outfitted with the system.
With this system, because the infrastructure for this system and all the requirements that are necessary for a high-pressure system, we don't have those same requirements. So our actual installation cost and the material cost for this system on a new course is going to be less expensive than what you'd pay with the traditional systems with pump houses and rotors and PET.
And I'm thinking green roofs?
Oh yes, vertical walls. We're doing vertical walls.
Green roofs love this technology.
Now, specific to the golf course application, which is something that I'm most interested in, is we've talked to the stakeholders, the owners and the builders, the architects, the supers.
Right.
And they told us that where they'd like to start is in those problem areas, in the clubhouses, near the cart paths, the areas surrounding the bunkers, the mounds.
Places where it's hard to keep them watered properly, because to water a mound properly, you're going to overwater the low point.
Correct, or underwater, the high point.
That's correct.
You're either going to have puddles or you're going to have brown. So what we do for them, and this is how people can learn more, is we're doing installations for those problem areas where we do before and after pictures.
Perfect.
Where we do interviews and get comments from the supers that we're doing that work on. And we can, if people come to the contact information they say here, we can share some of that as it develops over the next few weeks.
It goes by too fast, especially when I get very excited about the technology. Thank you very much for joining us, Jan. Jan, thank you very much for joining us.
Yes.
I'm Frank Rossi. We're on the GCSAA TV live stage here, brought to you by Lebanon Turf at the Golf Industry Show 2020. And we'll have our final episode in just a minute. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you in a minute.
The reputation was that it's a great golf course that's been basically neglected for many years. The bones of the golf course was good as far as just the layout of the golf course, but conditions were really rough. In my interview, I basically laid out a plan to try and improve conditions of the golf course, starting with the greens, which was always the key. And really that was the selling point, was what can we do to make this golf course start getting better again. Mr. Cousins decided he wanted to buy it. He grew up here and he wanted to redo it. And I think in the process of that, he kind of had this idea of changing the neighborhood. And it all started with the East Lake Meadows, which was next door, which was at that time known as the worst housing development in the U.S. Highest crime and highest pregnancy rates, lowest employment rates. It was a little strange because nobody ever would have thought, before we even opened, the U.S. Amateur was headed here. And little did I know, eventually the tour would come here. Our first tour championship was in 1998. The U.S. Amateur was 2001. And we've had 19 tour championships now. It just seems like they fly by, and it's just been a great experience. It's been a lot of fun.
When we build out our agronomic program year over year, we basically start from the Tour Championship and we work backwards. That's part of my job, is make sure that we're hitting our marks as we lead into the Tour Championship. We have a 10-day maintenance closure every year, which used to be in July. This year it's at the end of June. Things have moved with the change in tournament dates. So nowadays what we're doing is at the end of June we'll have our closure. This is our 19th Tour Championship this year, so I'd like to think we're getting it dialed in as the years go by, but every single year we make adjustments to the program just to tweak it a little bit more, to get it to be a little bit better. But that's really when things start to really ramp up, is I would say about 50 days out before tournament.
Between our distributor and John Deere, we've always had great service for the tournaments. We get the equipment we need. The relationship's been strong. Deere's always been willing to do whatever they can to help us. Tournament support and equipment.
Their fairway units seem to be a hair above the best, I would say, when it comes to quality of cut and after appearance. I mean, overall their equipment's been very good, very helpful, reliable. Been pretty happy with it.
It's the home course of Bobby Jones. I mean, it's hard to have a whole lot more weight than that to me. I love the fact that this was the golf course he learned to play golf on. It's the golf course that he played his very last round. You can look around this place and just kind of picture him out here.
At the end of the day, when we're standing on the 18th green with the winner of the Tour Championship on Sunday, it all kind of comes full circle, and there's a lot of emotion in that moment, and you know, that's when most of the pride comes out for me.
Welcome back to the Golf Industry Show here in Orlando, Florida. I'm on the GCSAA TV live stage, brought to you by Lebanon Turf, with my old friend and pal, Professor Ben McGraw from Penn State University, last year's successful championship team in the Turf Bowl, and Bert Schmidt from the John Deere Company supporting the Turf Bowl all these years. So this has become quite a to-do over the years, really brought out the competitive nature in a lot of our turf programs. Benjamin, talk to us a little bit about what's involved with the Turf Bowl for the people who have absolutely no idea what we're talking about.
All right, so the way I like to describe Turf Bowl is it's a knowledge-based competition. So all of the sub-subjects of turf grass management, from weed management, plant ID, insects, diseases, maybe some case studies in there. Students are tested in a whole array of subjects related to turf grass management. There's also some hands-on components to it as well.
Okay, I was going to say written tests where they have to answer questions individually and collectively, yes?
Correct. So they can have a maximum of 4 people on a team. This year we have one team that only has 3 people on it.
Okay.
So, but they work together in a group to take the written, the case studies, and the hands-on.
So it's not it's not an individual test, it's just a team competition.
It's within teams. So we have 15 students here, that's 4 teams. So
excellent.
Yeah.
So how long do they go through this painful experience of learning?
The actual test or the prep?
The actual bowl itself.
The bowl itself. So I rolled in at about 4 a.m. I got up at 6:30 to check them in. They were in the test at 7:30. I told them nobody wins for finishing first. Right. And I got my first text message that they were done about 2 hours in.
Okay.
So I would like to see them take it longer, Frank.
Okay.
You know, like keep going over it, you know.
That's right, okay. So
but every year they
while it's not long in doing it, it's long in preparing for it, right? So talk a little bit about what's involved, because of course you have quite a domination in this area that's at 2 institutions. You're like the Jimmy Johnson of the Turf Bowl, right?
Johnson,
you won at Delhi, you won at Penn State.
I didn't win at Delhi. But,
you didn't win at Delhi.
No, they had
you always were good at Delhi.
They had some good years.
When you were there.
Yeah, we couldn't quite crack it, and then the person who replaced me at Delhi actually did much better than I ever did.
Okay.
So
you have to be intentional about this.
You
What's
do have
involved
to be
with training
them? For us, we have some industry support. The Pennsylvania Turf Grass Council helps us with funds for students to travel.
Yeah.
So it is a commitment of their time, and they have to prepare for this. I direct them. I kind of make up teams based on strengths and weaknesses in different areas. And they do prepare for it, so they do work hard for it. But it's entirely on them. We say we take care of the financial aspect of getting here, but
they study on their own.
They study on their own.
You don't lead them in any way.
I do. We do get together for review sessions. Maybe cover a certain subject that night, or maybe even have a guest speaker come in.
Is there competition among the students to participate? You have a big enough program with that.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to take everybody who tries out for the team, but 16 is a good number. We've had as many as 21 in one year, and that's a lot.
So the Turf Council supports it. The Turf Council supports their participation in it. They're studying up on it. You've been really successful at it.
Frank, I don't want to tell too many secrets.
It sounds like a really good partnership. I know the alums love it.
Yeah,
so I'm just trying to lead you to how much of an
absolutely.
impact it's having, not just on the students, but it seems like something that all of the Penn State alumni have something else to brag about.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's such a cool uniting of the students, but also of the alums as well. And then meeting people who might be in Mississippi managing turf, come up to me at the show and say, hey, I was on a Turf Bowl team in the late 90s or something like that. So
and the students are also meeting students from other parts of the country.
That's a really cool aspect about it, and they'll do internships together. I mean, if you think about it, all the students who are competing in it are really like the best of their programs, like representing their program.
And it is absolutely the perfect transition to the investment that John Deere's making in the Turf Bowl. Ben, you're pretty good at this.
Oh, man.
So, I had up earlier people from the Quail Institute, Bert.
Correct.
That you guys are also supporting as part of your sort of working with the next generation of turfgrass managers, helping them to become leaders. And I think we'd say that a lot about the Turf Bowl participants, you know, the next generation of leaders that's coming through. Talk about the strategy and what this means for John Deere to be involved.
Yeah, so the Turf Bowl is just one piece of an overall strategy to really focus on the growth of the industry, create future leaders, and really create sustainability in the golf industry. So from the First Tee program and the scholarships that we offer, we're growing the golfer side of the business. So we want to increase participation and rounds and play on that side. And then really we're focusing more on the turf industry to support agronomics and turf managers. And so we have the Turf Bowl. We have, we sponsor GCSAA memberships, so we pay for the students to become members of the GCSAA.
Excellent.
The Student Hub, local, or at the GIS show, so they can come and get career counseling.
Excellent.
Yep, so we're building their competencies. Excellent. And now we have a new initiative with the GCSAA, which has been a great partner, is focusing on high school students that participate in FFA. And so they have presence here today at the show. We're paying for their membership to the GCSAA, and then we're also then going to create a scholarship to a turf.
Yeah, and big plug to FFA. I mean, who doesn't think the future leaders of our industry aren't going to come partly out of FFA? And I think that's a wonderful investment that you're making in it, and it's part of that overall strategy that you're making. Now, how long have you been doing this with the Turf Bowl?
Turf Bowl, I think it's 10 years.
10 years?
Yes.
So are you, I mean, you must start to see students who have participated in the networking possibilities of this over the years come back and maybe say thanks. And
absolutely.
Boy, this has been a really important thing in my career, as well as them saying to the advisors, hey, it was great, I did it. I wonder if you also get feedback about it.
We do, and then we offer also the Green Start Academy. So we want to build on what we start here, right? And then take it to the next level and help assistant superintendents become superintendents. But yes, we get alumni coming back, and we form relationships and bonds. The winners, we send them to a tournament for tournament support. So they get hands-on real life experience, you know, at a tournament, working on a golf course. So we feel that this is a very important initiative, and we're so proud to work with the GCSAA to make that happen.
And so you talked about your, you know, in and out and up, 4 a.m., 6:30. What's it like for the students? Because I really think it's the networking is even more important than just a 2-hour exam and the preparation.
Absolutely.
So
I mean,
what's it like for them while they're here?
I think it's, you know, for some of them they're returning, so they're experiencing it. I'm really thinking about the ones who are here for the first time. I'm looking at the show floor and talking to different equipment suppliers, and really the exposure to other things that, you know, maybe not managing a golf course. So that's time consuming. I think they hang out with other students that they've met on internships or stuff like that, get a little bit of that. You know, I welcome them to come to our PA social so that they can interact with the turfgrass managers.
And imbibe non-alcoholic beverages.
Absolutely, non-alcoholic
Not
beverages.
the kinds of things you make out there.
No, I tuck them in bed, 8:30, turn down the covers, and hopefully.
So listen, it's no surprise as we talk about the Turf Bowl, investing in the future leaders, particularly you at a leading educational institution in America, student numbers and the kinds of students that we're getting. So you've been at, you know, I know you're from Delhi.
Yeah.
Now you're at Penn State. How many years now?
Since 2014.
Okay, so you've been at this a little bit. How much? Do you notice anything about the students now as time's gone on?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're definitely seeing a culture shift, even at that age group. You know, you think these kids have never not known a cell phone or a technology.
That's correct.
You know?
So you've got that.
So very wired. I think you're also an educator. Your delivery is different.
Yes, it's delivery. Yes, because a lot of times there's, you know, a bit of attention issues. I'm wondering more. You know, obviously the 2-year program, they have to have some experience, right? Yep. So I imagine that's got to help a little bit on the teams where you've had practical experience. Are we getting more students that don't have practical experience? coming in, and
Yeah, I mean,
because
I
we're
think-
seeing that in agriculture, right? We're
think
seeing this broadly.
Yeah.
Students are coming from non-plant and natural world areas,
Yes,
and
yes.
then getting interested in it. Are you
Yeah.
seeing some of that?
I would still say a larger percentage has some exposure to it. But we are seeing some of that, I would agree.
Because I'm thinking the FFA is also, kids grow up on a farm.
Absolutely.
A golf course operation, while we love the work ethic and understanding the sort of grind
Right.
associated with managing the land, what we do is a little bit different than the farm.
It's interesting about the FFA. I think that is another avenue. We've looked at maybe doing recruiting around that. I know we thought about that when I was at Delhi as well. Exposure, mostly it's like, if you don't you wouldn't ever have thought about managing a golf course if you were working on a farm. But we do work with our FFA in Pennsylvania, and they have a turf grass category on their exam. So they have this big event where they come to campus, they take multiple subjects, and one of them is turf grass. So I think there's a natural fit of kind of marrying those two worlds.
And I'm wondering, John Deere's continued commitment to this. It starts with the turf ball on some level. I don't know if you're in the first green thing. I was just talking to Leanne. That's a 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade STEM thing.
Right.
I think we're starting to see the golf course a place where we can bring more people into the natural world. Certainly John Deere is a natural partner with the tournaments and things like that. I'm hoping that more people continue to get involved. Do you get a buzz from your local distributors that this matters to them, right? When they're out in the field talking turf ball.
It totally matters, and they want to help us with this journey, in their particular markets.
Right.
And they're totally supportive of it. And we're even trying to then go into the world of technicians and try to support technicians programs as well. Because you need essentially you need a technician there to help the golf course just maintain from cut quality as well as ownership of.
So glad you brought that up. I mean, the change in the education and professionalism of the equipment managers has gone like exponential growth, especially with the great endowment from Melrose last year to really build that capacity. Maybe there'll be a wrench bowl, a Hector will moderate or something where we can bring technicians in to apply their skills, because how much do they really like the competition?
Yeah.
There's something about the competition in this case. Listen, you and I razz each other endlessly about sports, and we are also investigating whether there was any cheating involved in these results, right? Because of the New England involvement there. But we'll look past that. How much does the competition mean?
I think the competition means a lot. Yeah, without a doubt.
You like it?
I'm still reeling from that New England comment.
So good.
I asked Frank earlier to pick a number between 90 and 162, how many games the Yankees would lose this year.
It's going to be a long season.
Yeah,
so I imagine it builds camaraderie.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. A lot of camaraderie. I think, even within our team, you talk about the competition.
Yeah.
Within our squad, teams are competing. And, so they have this idea of where they are ranked within the 4 teams, and they want to, possibly be the best of the Penn State ones.
So the results are in the book. The Deloitte House looking at the results backstage. We're not going to screw it up like the Academy Awards. The reveal will be when?
4:30, I think.
4:30, yeah.
Plus the ceremonies.
Everything is an hour earlier this year. I believe the exam started earlier.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And the closing ceremonies, I believe, is also an hour.
Okay, so it's part of the closing ceremony
Yep.
where the winners will be announced. How many teams were in this year?
I believe it was from last night's open reception for this, I think it was 26 universities, but usually it's between 60 and 70 teams.
Yeah, typically.
Wow, so winning means a lot. That's a big competition.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
And it's so good to see, because there's also some small schools that are involved, right? And doing well. You're getting some new schools all the time getting
Absolutely,
involved.
absolutely.
Well, so glad to see you continue to support this, Benjamin.
Thank you,
You have been just a
Frank.
model educator in spite of
thank you.
my distaste for your sports attitude. You've been just a model educator for so many, and it's great to see you rewarded for that. You won an advisor award last year, right? Big kudos to you for that, and always a pal on my podcast.
There's a lot coming from you.
Yes, of course.
A
It's
phenomenal
hard pressed.
educator.
Yes, we love you to death. Bert, thanks so much for your support of this wonderful program, and all you guys do at John Deere to support the students through the early part of their career when, sometimes you can be an unsung hero. right?
Thank you.
Thank you both very much. I'm Frank Rossi. Thank you for joining us on the Golf Industry Show 2020 here in Orlando on the GCSAA TV live stage brought to you by Lebanon Turf. We'll see you in 2021. We're in Vegas next year. Oy, oy, oy. So we'll see you there. Thanks very much.
We're at Royal St. Cloud Golf Links in St. Cloud, Florida, and it was built in 2001. We took the golf course over in January of 2003, and it was only an 18-hole facility with a pro shop at that time. And then in 2008, we made an additional 9 and an addition of a 11,000 square foot clubhouse for restaurants and weddings. Well, the golf course originally was a sugar plantation, and then eventually the city took it over. They decided they want a better use out of the land, and we decided to create a partnership with the city where they could still get rid of the reuse water, and the city could have a nice golf course. So it's a privately owned golf course, not a city, but on city property. So at Royal St. Cloud, we do view things, I believe, a little bit differently. I have learned from Greg Patterson, who is a wonderful speaker. We learned about the love, the buzz, and the glow. And we base all of our customer service and our interactions based on those principles of love, buzz, and the glow. Some of what we thought about the buzz, which is kind of funny out here, is we have on one of our par 3 holes, we have a gumball machine, and it's filled with colored golf balls instead of gumballs, and we call it the Royal St. Cloud Reload Center. And that creates quite a bit of fun. People have a fun time getting some golf balls out of it, taking pictures, putting it on their social media, and certainly a unique aspect. Our driving range card out here, we have a bunch of stickers in there on all over it from the old Batman cartoons of, you know, the pow and the wham and the kaboom and all that. We also have a giant Band-Aid on the back of it that says ouch. We have a horn inside of it that they squeak whenever the cart gets hit. On the top of that range picker, our cart guy is able to pull a lever and drive by the people on the tee, and a big sign pops up off the top of the cart and it says, "You missed." And they're able to turn around, pull the other lever, and another sign comes up and it says, "Try again." We also have 4 British red phone booths out here. So on the 8th hole of all 3 of our 9s, we have a red British phone booth, and you make your food calls from there. They're unique, and once again, another chance to create a little buzz, create some photographs, create some fun memories for people. Our mission statement is very, very easy. We're in the happiness business. As long as we're creating happiness, then people are going to want to come back out here and play. And so we do a lot of unique things, which is part of the buzz. We create a lot of laughter, which is part of the glow. And of course, we create tribe, which is part of the love.
welcome back to GCSA TV Live here from the trade show floor of the Golf Industry Show 2020 in Orlando, Florida. GCSA TV Live is brought to you in partnership with Lebanon Turf. My name is Chris Gray, and I'll be your host for this segment, where I'm joined on stage by John Cunningham, CGCS and General Manager of Aronimink Golf Club in Newton Square, Pennsylvania. John, thanks for taking some time from the trade show floor to go up on stage with us.
Thanks for having me, Chris.
You know, it's interesting. We actually met last month. We were at an event, we were playing golf, and you were sort of talking about this educational seminar that you were going to be doing here, that you actually did this week, and it was titled, Get Uncomfortable. And I'm like, I kind of like being comfortable. That's why they call it being comfortable. But so during 4 hours of sitting in a cart together, I really thought that the more you described what you were doing, kind of the underlying message that you were really trying to drive home, I thought was very important and actually kind of transcends even what our industry is. And so that's why I wanted to kind of get you up here to talk about it. So if you can, tell me a little bit about like what it means to get uncomfortable and kind of how it came to be developed.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think first of all, our score that day was probably pretty appropriate that it was called Get Uncomfortable.
Was.
Would you agree?
We didn't shoot the best score.
So let's just leave that in the past. But I think really the genesis of the talk was really to talk about getting uncomfortable to a group of professionals. I was asked to put a talk together for about 30 professionals that were up-and-comers that had been in the industry for 3 years or less. And they felt like it was very important to kind of set the tone for them early on to, you know, let them know, like, don't just stay in one lane, that it's okay to get in a couple lanes early on in your career to get a wide breadth of experience. So that's kind of how the talk started. And then when I presented to the GCSAA, obviously then it was accepted, and we did that talk this week.
Well, you know, the title, the Get Uncomfortable. I mean, most people don't like to be uncomfortable. I mean, again, that's why they call it being in the comfort zone. But what I was going through when I was reading more about it and really went through some of the presentation, you were talking that we should really be embracing that feeling, that it shouldn't be something that we're running away from or trying to be scared of. I mean, why is that? How does that all work?
Well, I think the getting uncomfortable portion for me, the reason why I felt like it was so important, over the course of my career, I felt like I've, you know, been uncomfortable many, many times, and I feel like that's where the growth has always been for me. So putting myself in situations where it forced me to be uncomfortable, yes, when you're in it, that's, you know, you don't like to be in that situation, but when you come out from the other side and you look back, you say, boy, I can't believe I was able to accomplish that, or, you know, look at all the lessons that I learned. So I think it was important for me to, that's kind of the genesis of it. I think the other thing too is over the course of my career, something that I've always talked about is creating your own luck. And I think that that's kind of goes hand in hand with getting uncomfortable, that, you know, I think it's incumbent upon us as professionals to create our own luck. A lot of times we, you know, can create a great product and we can look back at that, but really you're creating your own luck. You're really, it's where opportunity and hard work kind of intersect. Right. I'm sure you've heard that before, and I think that's kind of where the uncomfortable comes from.
Now, while we're here, we're obviously just talking about superintendents, but I mean, you've given this actually presentation you were doing for the the Club Managers Association. So this is a skill set, or this is really a topic that goes far beyond what, because you were clearly superintendent before, now you're a general manager. These kind of go for like everyone at the club. Is that an accurate assessment?
Absolutely, and once again, we're in the people business. Whether you're on, I believe we're in the people business. I mean, we create a product. It doesn't really matter what department you work in the club, but this is really about people and leadership. And we lead people. You know, most superintendents are not out there raking bunkers every morning, so there's someone doing that. So it's our job to lead the people. But yeah, it transcends. This is more about leadership and growth, if you will, as opposed to agronomics.
Well, you know, I cheated because you sent me the presentation I could take a look at. And what I found interesting was that you kind of go through how a person develops new skills. And there's really a pretty set process to be able to get that. And we have it up here. Can you kind of talk me through a little bit about, as we go through these, I mean, the unconscious incompetence, walk me through a little bit on how that works real quick.
As long as I don't get tongue-tied,
sure.
I think we'll be good. But I think really the main thing is it's much like habit. 40% of our day is habit. So from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed, 40% of it's already taken care of. So, but unconscious incompetence, conscious incompetence, all these things come into play. I think the parallel in the golf industry probably is walk mowing greens. So if you've ever walk mowed a green before, you probably forgot to take the wheels off the first time, and you probably forgot to engage the reel, etc.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably the first stage, is I don't know what I don't know, and I'm making a lot of mistakes. The next stage, which is conscious incompetence, is when you're getting a little better about it, and where you have irregular results. That's where you're starting to scalp the collars a little less as you're walking mowing the greens, and you're setting the mower down a little bit more gently, and you remember to take the wheels off, and you remember to engage the reel. So that's when it starts to become a little bit more familiar. The third stage is that you know how to do it, but you have to think about it. So there's very few errors, but you're pretty confident in doing it. You're going right up there. You don't have any anxiety about it, and you're off to the races, where there's very few errors. And really the last step in that whole thing is the unconscious competence. That's where I know I can do it and it's effortless. So you really just go up there. That's where you're maybe whistling while you're walk mowing, or you have your earphones in and it's not an issue at all. I liken it a lot to driving your car. We don't really think a lot about driving our car to work.
True.
We just kind of get in, we start it up, and we navigate our streets, and we end up at work. Well, that's much like walk mowing. So I think that's the 4 stages of conscious or competence, and I think it's important to really understand. And in my session that I gave at the GCSAA this week, really it was more about just letting everybody know that it's okay, like there's stages, and that you can gradually get through all the stages.
So talk to me about some of the specific action steps. I mean, as we're sitting here, we're like, that sounds really good. How does that translate to into our profession? What steps do we need to do, or as far as what's a roadmap to success for being uncomfortable and getting us out to the other side to being better?
Sure, I think we put up a couple of those. Obviously, it was an hour and 45-minute session, so we were a little bit constrained by time, but there's a number of them. Stretch yourself, being unique, getting feedback, interviewing, mentoring, all kind of areas that kind of make us feel uncomfortable. And once again, it doesn't matter what area of the club you're in, or business you're in, or even industry you're in. I think these are some really good examples of items, if you will, that make us a little uncomfortable.
Okay. Talk about stretch yourself. What does that mean, really?
So stretch yourself, I'm probably dating myself here a little bit with Stretch Armstrong being on the slide.
I had one.
Okay, you had one, so that's, that makes me feel a little bit better. But stretching yourself, I mean, that's really just where, I talk a little bit about reading and writing. I think that those are 2 really great examples. Don't stop reading. Keep reading, keep stretching yourself, keep pushing yourself to learn a little bit more. And writing, it's something that doesn't come naturally to a lot of us, including myself. But really stretching yourself to write about different topics at your club, communicating with your membership. But I think, just writing and gaining that knowledge and experience really will help you as you move through your career.
Absolutely. I mean, clearly stretching yourself, as a former superintendent and moving on in your career, you had to stretch yourself in order to want to achieve that next level. Is that kind of in the same vein you're talking about?
Correct. Yep.
That makes sense. What about this, the whole uniqueness? I mean, everybody doesn't want to be like everybody else. So in context of how you're framing this, what are you looking for here?
Well, I think that, it's important to be unique in what you do and how you do it. And, I spent a number of years at the Four Seasons. I was blessed to be able to work there for a number of years, and really took out of that, two things, how and what. And the how and the what's really were, how can we do this a little bit better, or what can we do to be a little bit different? And I think that we do, if we approach, our day-to-day tasks on the golf course or wherever you work in the club, I think if you approach it that way and you really think about each one of those areas and, what can we do and how can we do it a little bit differently, I think that, just creating a little bit of uniqueness with yourself, but also the product that you're trying to present to your membership.
Oh, that's real interesting, because a lot of us don't really think about those type of things, where we kind of get caught up in the mire of the everyday task and doing things, and so I guess that kind of fits into being unique can be somewhat uncomfortable with that.
Correct.
The third step you're talking about, which I think seems incredibly awkward for a lot of people, because I can see why it's very important, but at the same time we feel like we're a lot of us get a lot of criticism, and so when we go and we ask for feedback, what's the real value that being able to have the type of structure in place that to know whether or not what you're doing makes a lot of sense or not, or is it being valuable for you? What does the value aspect of getting feedback do for you as you're trying to get uncomfortable?
You know, for me, what I preach all the time, feedback equals growth. There's no way about it. We kid a lot that we live in a feedback-rich environment when we work in the club industry. So we get plenty of feedback. Some of that's good and some of that's not so good. Those are what we like to talk about, are opportunities for improvement. But you know, what we did in our session this week is we just talked a lot about, you know, trying to be preemptive with feedback. So actually seeking feedback from your peers, from the people that are above you and the people that are below you, more like a 360 review. One of the small things that we talked about were start, stop, and continue. Very simple approach, but you know, what are the things that you'd like me to start doing? What are the things that you would like me to stop doing? And what are the things that you'd like me to continue doing? And it's a very, very simple approach. Annual reviews are kind of coming and going, if you will, and they're not necessarily very popular right now, but what we're incorporating is a start, stop, and continue methodology. And basically, if I came to you and said, what are those three things? It's a lot easier. You're probably going to round the edges a little bit because I'm coming to you for that feedback. And so I think it's very, very important for us as professionals to go and seek that feedback out. Because otherwise, if, you know, as the old saying is, you know, if you don't know where you're going, any old road will get you there. I mean, I think it's very, very important to get that feedback. So for me, and what I continually, you know, talk about is feedback equals growth.
That's fantastic, and I guess that a lot of us maybe have ever thought of it like that before. Usually it's feedback, it's usually you've done this wrong, why isn't this green done right? So, but trying to turn that over into a positive to be able to grow from it seems to make an awful lot of sense.
It's very, very important, and I think you said it perfectly. We need to change that context. That's what gets uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And I think what I'm saying is that if you can, you know, go to whoever your answer to, or the people that are below you, it's very, very important too to get the feedback from the people that you're leading also. So what do I need to start doing? What do I need to stop doing? And what do I need to continue doing? So.
And that kind of leads into the last part, which is you talk about interviewing. And again, I mean, is that something that we need to do more, need to do differently? Well, kind of walk me through that real quick.
Sure. I think of interviewing a lot of different ways, but really interviewing, you're interviewing constantly every day, right, wherever your job is. But I think the aspects that we talked about specifically are really about interviewing. You should be interviewing people in your current role. So if you're an assistant superintendent or superintendent, you should be setting up interviews to find out how you're going to do on the interview. Don't wait for the big day and then start to go interview. The other thing that I think is really important that many of us don't take advantage of is interviewing your own membership. So I would make it a goal to actually interview 3 members every off season. So I would contact them and I would say, listen, can we have a breakfast? And so we would have breakfast and I would literally ask them to have an interview. So talk about some of the things that I'm doing great. Once again, start, stop, continue, but also too, what made them successful in their careers. And I know that there's a number of members that we deal with that are very successful and that would be, you know, they're very willing to take that time with you. And I'll tell you, some of those relationships that I've built over the years, those 3 members every year, they're some of the strongest that I have to this day.
Well, that's amazing. I mean, is there anyone else that we should be looking at as far as looking at it from the golf maintenance standpoint? Should it be just members? Should it be other? Do you have any other advice in that?
Sure. So also too, interviewing, the word interviewing, we think about it just as interviewing like you're looking for a job. I think interviewing also too can be pointed. So when you're coming to the golf industry show, are you pointed about what you're going to be doing when you're here? So whether you're on the show floor, have you set up those examples of people that you want to talk to when you're here? I think that's very, very important to get that interview, if you will, to get that feedback.
Well, that's excellent. You know, I find this topic very fascinating, and it's kind of outside our area that we've talked about. We're really good with agronomics, but to really dive in and dealing more with personal development, I think has been very good. And I'd like to thank you for your time. I appreciate it. We're out of time for this segment here of GCSAA TV, and actually this is actually going to be the last segment from here in Orlando, Florida, here at the 2020 Golf Industry Show. But what we would like to do is invite you to join us next year for GCSAA TV Live. That will be coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada. And Lebanon Turf will be involved yet again, so we're hoping to see you then. We thank you very much for your time and being able to join us during this time. Thank you. We'll see you next year.